Hey, hello everybody. It's Jeff Widgren here in the Zoom test kitchen, and I welcome you. We meet here every Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern. Feels like it's been a long time, but it was just last week. And I guess it's because I had to show up a little late last week, but it's good to be back. We've got a nice lineup today. I think most will appreciate the opportunity to see. We're going to, with the help of Josh Koshman as well, do a walkthrough of creating a new Zoom event summit and just give everybody the exposure to that. We're not going to claim to be experts on it unless you can become an expert in about 2 days or so, but and I don't think that's possible. So, but we are going to go ahead and give the exposure of it, kind of draw up our own questions and so forth. But as always, would like to thank the DVE store for our high definition Zoom account that we meet in, and their support along the way. So always good to be there. Let me just double check things. I got recording going on in the meeting. We've got the streams up and going. If anybody sees anything else wrong, like these crazy looking bugs that are on the wrong background. But beyond that, that's all I've got. Let me open up the floor. Lois, Frank, Ray, we've given you a nickname in the kitchen. David, Josh, I see Guy. Let me go to gallery. Oops, I clicked accidentally on immersive. Gallery. James, Leo, Kirsten, Tony, Jeremy, Frank, Chris. Got a good group and more coming. And so anyways, any particular thoughts, shares, challenges, successes that we can kind of kick things off with before we formalize the Zoom event summit?
Leo saying he can't unmute, or is that okay? And I'm hearing myself.
Yeah. Lois wants to say something. I saw her arms waving. I'm like, why is she waving? She's like, I'm not muted. Anyways, Guy could unmute because he is a alternate host in this meeting. Anybody who's not a co-host can't unmute themselves right now. I will say I wasn't waiting for problems to occur, Lois. I did intentionally, because I don't normally disable the muting, but I wanted to verify that I know that if you're a host or co-host, you can mute and unmute, even if the host has disabled the ability. What I don't know for sure, but I think I know, is if I've disabled the ability to unmute, if I coach my, let's say, panel ahead of time to definitely answer yes to the question when you're logging in, allow the host to unmute you, if in fact that will let me unmute you. Now, I'm confident that'll work. What I'm not confident about is what if you answered no and I have to send you a request, because that's the best I can do. Will it let you answer yes to that and unmute you, even though I've said don't allow participants to unmute? So that's the sliver of a mystery that I want to resolve here. So Lois, I am going to click on unmute, and you are successfully unmuted, although my security settings say don't allow participants to unmute themselves. So it let me do that because you answered yes to that login question, either today or in the past. You're in my database of memory there. Let's see.
Once
Do I have somebody who hasn't? That's the real question. Do I have somebody who hasn't answered? Guy, you're a co-host. You haven't answered yes. I can say, because I have the button that says ask to unmute, but I'm going to let me take co-host away from you for a moment. Now you're just an attendee, and I can't unmute you directly, but I can send you a request. So try to unmute yourself now, Guy. Can't do it. Okay. So now I'm going to send you a request.
Now I can unmute.
And you can. Okay, that's good. So, and
Hey,
the whole
Jeff.
point of the exercise was we were on that. I'll be right there, Lois. We were going down that path last week of how can we closely kind of mimic a Zoom meeting to a webinar, and and it's do your best to prep that answer yes to allow host to unmute. Then you can keep everybody coming in muted, knowing that your speakers can mute and unmute themselves just fine, and not have to sacrifice privileges, admin privileges, by making them a co-host, thinking that that's what you have to do to allow them to mute and unmute themselves. And let's say just in case they don't answer yes, and you don't catch it in tech check, and you still have to send a request, will it, during, like when you're live, if you send a request, will it allow them to unmute? We've just verified it will, in fact, allow them to unmute on a request even when you have that shut off. So thank you for dealing with me there. Lois, go ahead.
So you have unmuted me because I gave you that permission. If I now were to mute myself, could I unmute myself? Or once you've done that, you have to unmute each time. I'm going to try
Yeah,
that.
I believe you won't be able to unmute yourself. Yeah, so I'll unmute you again. So that, and I'll turn the ability to unmute back on. Everybody can unmute now, but I did want to test that out and share that as well.
It's a one shot.
What's that?
It's a one shot, so you can unmute once, you can tell them once, but the minute you mute them again, they can't, or they mute themselves like Lois did. They can't unmute.
Yeah. So if they, if Lois has answered yes, then it's 100% host controlled mic management, right? And so if you had a Stream Deck set up and you're spotlighting, and the actions are to spotlight them and unmute them all in one button, beautiful. Unspotlight them and remute them, and it would be completely in your control. So yeah, Josh.
Question, I'm pretty sure the answer to this is no, but when you spotlight someone, it automatically, it sends a notification to them to unmute. So if I'm muted, I wonder if you have the permissions out and you spotlight me, I wonder if I'm able to take advantage of that prompt to unmute myself.
So is the setup to that, I am not allowing participants to unmute themselves, and that's the circumstance you want to figure out? So
yeah, because if you spotlight someone, it automatically
Mhm.
prompts them to unmute.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it comes with any teeth.
I will
Try
spotlight. I'll spotlight you first.
Well, let me mute first there.
He was already muted.
Okay. Here, I'm going to remove that spotlight.
Try Guy. He said no.
Real quick. So did it prompt you, Josh? It didn't prompt you, but you are still muted and you can't unmute yourself. So you didn't get a prompt though. That's interesting. And so let's go to Guy. I'll spotlight you. Now, I think this is audio triggered. So Guy, speak into your mic. Now Zoom will know that the Zoom client knows that you're muted, but it still didn't prompt you to unmute when you tried to speak. Because I seem to have had that notice of experiences. You get spotlighted and you get prompted, but sometimes I've been under the impression it knows you're trying to talk, but you're muted, and therefore it prompts you. But not the case. Okay. So that shuts off the prompt as well, even if you get spotlit. So if I remove the spotlight, I would have to allow the unmuting. Now, if I re-spotlight Guy, you should get prompted as well, right? Okay. And you can unmute because I've taken that limitation away. Yeah.
So that works.
Okay. Interesting.
every
Well,
time
that's a good find in itself. Is when you don't allow people to unmute, they won't, in fact, even get prompted to unmute themselves.
So every time you spotlight people, the Zoom will ask them to unmute themselves.
Yes, unless what we just found will add to that. Yeah, it's always been the experience is that if they get spotlit, Zoom checks behind the scenes to see that they're unmuted. But there's a little more to that story now. Unless the host has disabled the ability for participants to unmute themselves, that apparently won't prompt you to unmute yourself.
Okay, so but if you give them co-host and you don't allow to unmute, it still will ask them to unmute.
If you give
Co-host
them
and unmute.
Yeah, co-host does have that ability to control, and I would guess that a muted co-host will get prompted as well. So let's we'll confirm that with jumping back to gallery, Ray Franklin. I'm going to spotlight you, who is a co-host, who is currently muted, and you let us know. That didn't
You have to
come up,
disable
Ray.
the muting first.
Oh yeah. Okay, so participants cannot unmute. Go to Ray. Ray is spot
Zoom just quit unexpectedly, so I have to sign out. I'm not sure why, but I've got that big screen in front of me that says Zoom has quit unexpectedly. Please send a note. Now, if I
We can
send it
hear
to
you.
and I'm still connected, so maybe,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, you had 2 logins before, and one of them went away, but this one is still in. Oops,
Good. This
although he
is the
froze.
Frank, AKA.
The one that's, yeah, so yeah, he's having problems there.
He still
So-
shows up in participants twice.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. Okay, he's back on screen. I can see his video, Frank, AKA.
And that's the machine that I'm using for to let people in. And the other machine is just a backup.
I gotcha. And your audio on this machine that you're talking on has a lot of kind of mechanical noise when you're unmuted.
Oh, because I'm using my Stream Deck. Maybe that's a click. I mean,
No, it's kind of a constant electrical noise when you're unmuted. So I don't know. If you want to check into it, you can. It's not great, but it's not awful either. We can hear you. Okay. Any
I just turned off the original sound. Did that help?
Yeah. Yep,
Okay.
that took it out.
Thanks.
Very good. You bet. Any other thoughts of extending that test? Have we missed any other combinations? I think that that certainly helps me on knowing if what they'll be able to do and not be able to do. You know, I if there's enough time during an early tech check, and somebody I still have to request, and I really need them to answer yes to that question. I'll often ask them if they could quickly log out of the meeting and log back in, because they'll be prompted again for that allow host to unmute, so that the show will go smoother. But
Jeff,
time permitting, sure, Lois.
is there a way when the host is looking at either us or the participants to know immediately who has or has not answered yes to that ability to mute?
The way that I know is I can mouse over. So I can mouse over everybody in the meeting, and when I mouse over and those little blue buttons pop up on the top right, guys is the first one. Instead of saying unmute, it says ask to unmute. And so I know he hasn't authorized me, the host, to unmute him directly. Thinking, let's see if there's anybody else here. I think I might be. Yeah. Oh, there's one, AV trainer as well. So that's the only way I know. I mean, there's a let's see. I think the list is not maintained on my side. I think the list is maintained on the client side of who you've said yes to, that you can actually edit that. Let me go double check. It's under audio settings, I believe. There's access to that list. People, yeah. So if you go to audio settings, there's an option that says people who can unmute you, and there's a manage button next to that. So on my list, there's a producer's name there that I've worked with in the past. There's Marty Attias, and then there's one called Zoom Managed Meetings too. I don't recall who that was, but those are the people. So it's whenever my client under this account is logging into a meeting, if that meeting's being hosted by somebody in this list that you've said yes to, even in the past, they'll be able to unmute you in that next meeting that they're also hosting as well.
Jeff?
Yep.
I noticed that we can delete people from that list when we manage that list, but I don't see any way that from there we can add people. I believe the only way to do that is to leave the meeting and come back in. Is that true?
The only way to add people is to answer yes when you're prompted.
And you can only get the question as you enter, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't send the question outside of when you're scheduling the meeting. It's a check mark to ask them, and then when they log in, they get asked and they have a chance to answer. That's the one and only moment I'm aware of. Yeah, Rhoda. Oh, did I have that off? Sorry. Go ahead.
So on every account, you can check the unmute and mute, or it's like on the big accounts? I don't remember. I think I saw that.
Any hope?
I think if you're joining a meeting on a free account, I think you can be prompted to say yay or nay. I don't know the answer. I think the rule might be different. It would be worth testing sometime. If you're hosting a free meeting.
No, not if I'm hosting. If I'm a pro, if I have a pro, like the lower tier. I don't remember when I'm scheduling.
So is anybody in this meeting? Or are you? Well, when you just said scheduling, are you talking about, Ronan? Are you talking about joining a meeting on a free account or
no? When I'm scheduling the meeting, I don't remember. I have like a check mark to do that.
So you have to enable it. It's in Pro, and you do have to enable it somewhere.
I need to enable it on the settings.
You need to enable it on the settings, and then on the meeting itself. And as Jeff said, it's only on a scheduled meeting.
Yeah,
it's not on a. You have to do it on a scheduled meeting. And
yeah, it's not go live now.
No, exactly. And once you've done it once that person has said yes. So, for example, I could look at my list. I've got Zoom Test Kitchen, and I've got Office Hours, and a few others. And once you've said it once, you can be unmuted at any time. It never asks you again. You can withdraw the list that you've got it from.
Yeah, I saw that right now, and I never thought like I can answer no. I always thought, yeah, okay, allow.
What I don't know is if I say yes to it, and then later on I withdraw it, do I, next time I go to a scheduled meeting by that person, do I get asked again?
Yes.
The answer is not the next time, but the next time. So once you withdraw would you say no? Then you won't be asked, but the next time you come back, you'll be asked. We tried it out in After Hours.
And it is. It's a back-end portal setting that has to be enabled first, called request permission to unmute. It says select this in the scheduler, and it becomes available in the scheduler. Request permission to unmute meeting participants in webinar. Permissions once given will apply in all meetings scheduled by the same person. And not that it matters too much, because we're on latest version is 5.8.1 today, and this feature is 5.2.1 and newer, so that's a ways back these days. Very good. Always little nuggets to continue to learn about. Yeah, I think it's I mean it's critical when you're the host of a. Go ahead.
It's weird. It's weird. I don't get like this request permission to unmute.
On the portal?
Scheduled meeting? No, I don't have a portal. I have like a.
Well, you have to go to the Zoom portal under Settings Advanced, Meeting Advanced, and enable the feature first.
So you need the portal? Advanced setting? Oh, advanced.
Meeting Advanced, then do like a Control F and search for unmute. And the second hit on unmute will take you to that request permission to unmute.
When you're creating a meeting, there'll be a checkbox to ask participants to
Chris
unmute.
Fenwick has it up right now. We could spotlight Chris.
Yeah, I'm searching for it.
Yeah, under Settings, Meeting Advanced.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
In the web.
Just 1 minute.
Type of account.
It's under
Okay,
Meeting
so
Advanced Settings.
1 minute. Open this. Change to this. Okay, so I'm on the settings, but I need to go to advanced.
Meeting Advanced, yeah.
Here, admin or meetings?
Go ahead and share your screen.
I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, maybe spotlight me. No, this is not me. This is Chris.
So click on in meeting. Back to click on in meeting advanced. Scroll down.
Oh, in meeting advanced. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And actually, if you just search for the word unmute, like Jeff said, it'll be the second hit on that.
Yeah, do like Control F on your keyboard. Yeah. Now go down to the next hit.
1 of 3.
There you go.
This one. Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Sure.
Now your checkbox option will be in every time you schedule a new meeting, the option will be available for you.
Yeah, that's great.
You'll still have to select it because it doesn't select it by default, but it makes it available for selection.
Yeah, that's great.
Jeff?
Yes.
So I just left and tried the asking people to mute on an account that was not a scheduled meeting. It was just my personal meeting, and it does allow me to do that. You don't have to have a scheduled time. So just one more bit.
Why don't you reshare those details? So you did a PMI, personal meeting ID meeting.
And it is asking people, it has the question to people as they come in.
Was there anywhere that you felt like you turned that on, or was that a natural behavior?
It was turned on where you edit your personal meeting information.
Oh, gotcha. That's good to
but
know.
It didn't have to be scheduled to a particular time. It was just anytime that meeting was happening, people were asked.
And most of the settings that you have options for when you're creating a meeting, whether you want to ask people to unmute, etc., there's also a separate set of settings for your Zoom account for your personal meetings that you can also enable or disable. So you can pick one meeting that you want to schedule, ask, another meeting, don't ask, because those are in the settings whenever you schedule a meeting. Or you can set your base settings for your personal meeting the same way.
So, okay, I see where that is. So I was in, if I share what I'm looking at here. So I was in my settings, meeting advanced, right? That's where we were looking earlier for this section. This is dealing with scheduling a new meeting. And then to Lois's point, I was like, wow, where is that? And
Can't see anything.
so towards,
we can't see that.
You're not seeing my share?
We're seeing the Zoom.
The people, but
We're seeing the Zoom.
Wrong screen, sorry.
Okay.
Screen 1. Now do you see my browser? Nope, you see my gallery again. What's up with that? It says screen 2. That's
there we go.
There we go. That's really strange because that's not technically screen 2 on my physical layout. So I went to that section, but then I scrolled up knowing that like the PMI, stuff for your personal meeting ID stuff was there. And it was you can use PMI when scheduling a meeting. That'll get you there. And so this use personal meeting ID when scheduling a meeting is there. But the important part here that I just found was this link to the personal meeting room settings, which I'm trying to find out where that is, because the link is super helpful, because if I click on that personal meeting room, it takes me to meetings, personal room, and I can't say I've spent any time here before as far as options. And so a meeting personal room, and I can go edit, and I think these become the default settings anytime you fire up a personal meeting room, which I was unaware of. So
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% certain, Jeff, but I think that's the setting where you can assign your, like, for example, I assigned my phone number to be my meeting ID number.
Yeah.
Same here.
An old phone number for me, but yeah. But that option, the mute, the request, the request permission. So if I'm thinking if I check this here, so I can say mute them when they come in, request permission. I don't care about the recording, and I say save. Yeah, now I feel like every time I start a new PMI, it will set it up to, it'll start it to mute them coming in, but ask them to allow the host to unmute them as well. I've never seen that before. For PMI, I just don't use PMI a lot, I guess.
And you don't have to get all the way into the Zoom web browser to do that. You can do that from your app on your computer.
All right, well then that's going to be the next demo. You can guide us there. I'll pull my settings screen there while it's shared.
I don't believe one can do it while we're in a meeting, if it's the account that's in a meeting. I think you'd have to, I could do it like on my phone and show you, or I could go out and take pictures, but can't do it during meeting.
So it's during the login into the meeting, not a setting in the client that sticks.
No, it's when you edit. When you go to your app and you have, instead of home, you choose meetings, and it lists all of your meetings, and the top one is
yeah. Before you actually launch the meeting. I got you. Okay. Well, good. Thank you, Lois. other thoughts, questions, finds? What Chris is poking around. Let's take a look. Yeah, there you go.
And advanced has your mute stuff.
The middle one, the third one there. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, so either tool will allow us to set those settings. Thank you, Chris. Was that just another computer that and a different Zoom client right now?
That was actually the Zoom
one
client
that you're in with?
that I'm currently in, yes. The only difference was instead of doing, a screen share, I'm actually just doing a screen scrape.
Yeah.
Jeff, can you go into your setting, your Zoom backend again and scroll down to the very bottom of settings? Boom, all the way down. It's where you can scheduling privileges. So I currently am set up where I can only the little, so if you hit plus, you can put somebody else who's on your account and cancel that. But I can't figure out why. Now you don't have a plus next to I can schedule for. I don't, but I want to add another person to that. Does anybody know where to?
They have to be on your account.
Understood.
And someone has to have added you.
Yeah, that seems to be the opposite of the one above. Somebody else assigns you, and then you'll show up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that ends up being just a display of who's assigned you to be able to schedule for them. That would make sense. So if I added here, Guy, what's your address?
At dvestore.com.
Let's see, that'll pop up. It says enter an email address.
It has to be in your
email address.
It has to be somebody in your account.
It is.
Your pro account. Or
so that one there.
Or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if I add you to that and assign, now you can schedule for me, and now on your list you should see my name or the Zoom host at StreamSharks is one that you can schedule for. I'll stop sharing and take a look at you.
Okay, so that was under walk me.
It's the easiest thing to find in the back end.
Settings all the way to the bottom. Yeah.
Unlike
screen sharing
else.
I can't screen share.
Why is your account did I not give you
He
co-host?
killed
you took it
the
away.
co-host.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because you come in with co-host, but then I removed it. Sorry about that.
So there you go. Now it says I can schedule for in there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So, Jeff, is your account through
this host is
the Guy umbrella?
Sponsored by Guy. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why.
The all-powerful Guy Cochran umbrella.
Yeah, because I guess the other test would be what will it do if I say like Jeff at StreamSharks.com, which is just my pro account. Yeah, it doesn't do anything with that.
Yeah, that's one of the things with like office hours is nobody else is on Alex's account. So sometimes when like he's off on another gig or something and we need to start after hours, nobody's there. Sometimes it just doesn't get started. It's kind of scary in some ways because it's like, hey, put some people in line just in case you're on a flight or something. We can still, run.
Can't you log in as him and claim host? I mean, can't you log in and claim host?
You can't start a meeting unless you've been given what we just did. You have to be on, what do they call it? You have to be assigned to, and on the account. So it's two things.
Host.
Or you have to be using his account.
Yeah, which you wouldn't do.
Yeah, it's not going to happen with us, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, so doing this trying to assign somebody to schedule for me is kind of a dead end if the person is not in my organization. but I think the experience is slightly different. If I recall, I'm going to try to add an alternate host during scheduling a meeting. And
also only from your account.
Yeah, from this account, but the alternate host is I'm gonna try to add my pro account, which is not part of this organization, and I'm thinking I'll get an email.
So what about if the person who normally hosts, who's obviously a bigwig, can create some additional emails in their domain that they could assign and have someone else use for that particular purpose?
I did it. I have like on my domain, like Zoom 1, Zoom 2, Zoom 3, Zoom 4, and it's all free accounts, and I can play with them, and I can give like the Zoom 1 to somebody else.
Yeah, and you can do that, but keep in mind it's still a free account, and Zoom doesn't change the rules on a free account, even if it's like if Guy Cochran on his enterprise account added 10 new free accounts, individual Zoom accounts that were free, he can do that, but they're not going to gain any more privileges as far as like the 40-minute time limit, the ability to start meetings, the ability to start a stream or put in polls. Those are, there's three hard rules on that, and that is you have to be a member of the same organization, you have to be a paid account, because you can in fact add free sub accounts, but it has to be a paid account, and then naturally you have to be granted the privileges for it. But yeah, you can add those free ones, but it doesn't circumvent the lack of privileges that free comes with.
If a free account is starting a meeting in my behalf, and I'm not in the meeting, he's getting like my privilege. No, I think, I'm not sure.
I believe what will happen is he'll get your privilege, and let's say the attempt of circumvention, if you will, right, to get around something would be the thought that if, let's say, you add me, a free account that I've given you, and you've made me an alternate host, and I can start the meeting. While I'm running that meeting's still burning your time and running under your time, and so you couldn't say, hey, go start that meeting and run it for me for the 2 hours it's scheduled. I'm going to go run this one.
No,
and you use the same account. That's not gonna be passed.
And this is something we found out in the hard way. If I'm getting into account with somebody else username and password, and he's trying to get to his account with his, like what he gave me, he kicks me out of the meeting, and the meeting is ending at the spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
An abrupt interruption.
I'm not sure if that always happens, because I was hosting a meeting of my own, and then I started it recording. I went to another place, I turned on that computer, didn't notice what I was doing, and that one logged in as me, which made me no longer signed in, but it did not kill the meeting, and it did not kill my recording. It just made me not signed in. So
because you were signed in and you got to the meeting, you got into the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're talking about something else. If I'm on a meeting and they're logged out of their account and they're trying to get into their account, and I'm logged in with their username, it will kill my meeting on the spot. And it happened 2 times, and we learned it the hard way.
Were you the host?
I was, I was on another account of somebody else username and password. and he tried to get to his
So,
account.
but was that account the host of the meeting?
Yeah. And so when I logged in my computer, it logged out from his computer, because this is what Zoom do.
Mhm.
And when he tried to log in again, it kicked me out and it closed the meeting on the spot.
I think the two exceptions that I know are if I use this account, which is the Zoom host at StreamShark's account, and it's here in this meeting, if I use a mobile device or a browser, there becomes
immediately co-host on the same meeting. It's like weird.
Yeah. So I think that those combinations of exercises, I think that's on our task list, and to because there's certainly folks, I've got somebody I want to talk to prior to those exercises who schedules, for all the freelancers they hire and so forth. He does all the scheduling, and then on show day he monitors multiple meetings and so forth. And he's shared with me that he can successfully do that under the same account, but there's all obviously boundaries and
with the mobile. Only with the mobile, because if I'm joining to my meeting on my account in the mobile, I'm immediately co-host. My mobile is immediately co-host, and it's okay.
Yeah. So
and I have only one account, one pro account.
So if your mobile is co-host,
yep,
and someone else with a computer, and your computer is host, and someone else with the computer signs in as you, it would kick the computer out, but the co-host would then be elevated to host.
Probably, I don't know. This I didn't check.
No, this is a test.
This I didn't check.
Yeah,
I can try it. It's interesting.
We can try it someday here, but don't we have something scheduled for the big portion of the meeting today, Jeff?
Are you wanting to move forward, Lois?
Daily forward. I'm leaving at 2 o'clock.
She's like my show sidekick. Love it. Yeah, we, I always come in with some kind of a plan. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. Depends on what everybody shows up with. And Josh, where'd Josh go? There he is, top center on my page. Josh Kaufman has accepted the responsibility, not all on his own. Him and I worked together. Was it yesterday, Josh? We spent some time. So there's a couple of Zoom event licenses that temporary licenses on the account that we've been able to kind of tap into the Zoom events platform, and we can confirm on those licenses anyways that conference is not out yet as far as kind of latest info. There's a lot of anticipation for that, but but I think our time is drawing near without making a call to our guy's rep and saying, hey, can you extend that? But anyways, Josh and I was on the phone listening for the most part till my battery died, and drove through kind of the creation of a summit. So there's a single event that you can build and configure in the Zoom event platform. There's a summit that you can build. The summit is a single day multi-session, but not overlapping sessions as far as time goes. And then what we're waiting for, which is what they used at Zoomtopia, is what they call conference. And that will be up to 5 days worth of multiple sessions that can in fact overlap one another. And there's does somebody know there's a number of sessions per day too. I don't remember what that number is, 13 or something like that, but there's a number of maximum sessions, I believe, as well in the per day conference. But So I thought we'd spend some time today, I'll say daringly, like we do in the kitchen, not authoritatively. We've had a little bit of exposure, but I don't know that Josh comes in maybe a little bit more confidence than I do, because he may have continued to work on this when I got cut off with a dead battery. But beyond that, it's pretty early for us as well in the sense. But I thought we could, get a share going and just literally just walk through so everybody can see what you're in for. I'll warn you right now, it's a fairly lengthy, detailed process. It's not quick. It's not fast when you're building a summit, let alone what the task will be of building a conference. So there's a lot of information that has to be had. But Josh, if you, and does anybody have any particular thoughts or questions before we kick off? But I'll let Josh lead the way. He's got the license attached to him right now, and so he's got to lead this and get going. Welcome, Robert. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess what I could start with is one of my early faux pas is you have to log into Zoom at events.zoom.us. So even having an enabled license does not allow you to go right into creating the event. You have to go into that portal and then use your credentials to log in. And so event services, as you can see on this top corner, that's where we're at right here. This is a list of once you get into your profile, you have recordings, events, and your host profile. And these are some lists of some test events that we've tried in the past. You can see the sort of statistics on it. So they have tickets sold, gross sales. These events didn't go very well. So not too many attendees. And you could actually, if you're kind of keeping that as a template, you can go over to the ellipse on the far end, and it has options. I could just simply duplicate the event so I can keep most of the same criteria and then just make the same event. Also, post-event, there are some options as well, events that you've had. There's set post-event message to registrants, so you can have some contact, reach out to those ones that are connected via when they went and registered for your event. You can change the lobby close date, and it says view the event profile, the event summary, and the analytics as well. So these are a couple. I thought what would be most instructive probably is to just go from scratch and start up, create a new event, and just take you through the different events. Does that sound good, Jeff?
Yeah, I have a quick question for you. Since you're using a virtual camera for your share here, is there a way for you? I'm seeing that coming out through at 720. Do you have a way to easily up that to 1080 on the push side? It's not coming through as 1080.
Interesting.
And it may be because you're doing, are you doing your keying
this is
locally?
through OBS, so it's using a virtual cam.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
It looks like I'm only pushing 720. It might be also, so because I'm not sharing, it might be also that the meeting is being pulled down to 720, and so my max output will be 720. But I can share if you.
Yeah, if you can share screen, that would be a cleaner.
It'll make it cleaner.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
Much better.
Yeah.
There we go. So this will give you a little better view of the options as well. So do you want to just go into creating a new event and we could take it from the top and go through all the options?
That was my thought. Yeah, I mean, let's, have somebody throw out a name of an event and just, make it obviously, mostly fictitious, but let's plan it out.
All right, we can crowdsource our Mad Libs. So the way to create events.
I had my dumpster fire queued up just in case, so maybe we can make it the dumpster fire event. How about that?
Sounds
just in
plan.
case, I had it ready to go.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that pre, what do they call that? Foreshadowing? Okay. So create event will give you two options. So we can create a single event. So a single session, meeting, or webinar. We can do that. And the advantage of that is that will give you all of the same registration analytics. The other thing I should mention too, that the different animal that Zoom Events is as compared to pretty much every other meeting platform, you cannot give someone the credentials to get into the meeting. They must come in through registration. That's one of the trapdoors that Zoom has set up. This is the only platform, well, I think on Zoom.
On Zoom started it, yeah.
Yeah, on Zoom as well. So they have that purposely so that everyone coming in must be logged in, and you must be logged in with the email that your Zoom account is registered with. Right? It doesn't have to be a paid Zoom account, but that is where, and it does tell you if you go to sign into an event and you're not logged into the correct account, it will tell you, give you a warning that you've got to have what you've registered to. So a single event session will give you that, but we're going to choose Summit, and that'll allow us to do multi sessions within a single event. So you'll see we have 6 options up at the top, starting out with the basic event info, and we've had suggested dumpster fire. Short description. I can't spell foreshadowing. There we go. Okay. And there's a categorization too. I do note, I left a link in the chat. There's a sort of a tutorial from Zoom's point of view. If you pick family and education, there is a different ULA that you sign off onto for these types of events. I believe that one is unique as compared to some of the other types of events. So you may want to consider for events that are intended for family and young children. I think they've got particular language in that for events that include that. So we're going to go with any suggestions. We'll go with food and drink. Adding tags, and I believe you can segment your tags for organization. So free or paid. Right now, I'm showing grayed out for the paid. In order to set up the paid events, you have to have your billing information filed out. So prior to setting out your billing information, you can create free events. So you will have to set that up before you send something. Also, countries and regions not allowed. This will not only limit the countries that won't have access to Zoom servers, but it'll also limit whose tickets you can sell events to as well. So let's do a date. We'll do it for today. Let's make it today's date. Yes. And event link. Let's see. Event link will be updated after basic information is saved, and they will be effective once the event is published. Okay, so you can set the time zone as well. Keep that at 7 p.m. So once you save, that'll take you to the second tab here. So the second one is the Summit profile. Now here, we can add a cover image. And this is the type of stationery that's going to go out for your tickets. This will be your cover image. So I can browse. I'll just pull a stock image.
Let's get Guy's in the file in the chat and use it.
Well, there is actually a secondary image that can be, I believe, is there a GIF? I think there's a secondary image that can be a GIF. So we'll save, I don't know if you want to Discord me the image guy, but it can pull. So in addition to that, so you have your main cover image here, but there is additional media you can also attach. So it is recommending certain dimensions, JPEG, PNG, and a maximum size of 10 megabytes. Now I was reading, I haven't tested it, but that you can use GIFs and MPEG-4s in a secondary media event, and I'm not seeing it here, but it does say it in the
No, I tried it. You can't do it.
You can?
You can't.
You can't. Okay.
If you click the plus, it should come up.
No, you can make 3 pictures for the events, and it will change the layout a little bit of the picture. So if you put one more picture, it will change a little bit the layout. I played with the Zoom event like months ago.
Okay, so just having 2 events, it has a format as opposed to having a single picture. So, for example, let's take some wheels, put them in there.
There's one in your Discord of the dumpster fire.
Okay. Gotcha.
So when you put the second picture, it changed the layout a little bit, if you see on the preview.
Looks like
Rotem, were you able to get your billing put in to make it so you could charge?
No, Rupert gave me like also I play with it for a week with his account, and no, couldn't get the billing. And just you missed, like, I think an important first step, that you have like the hub, and it's like you can section all of your like live events to few hubs, and it's like craziness.
Yeah, so I believe if you want to elaborate on that a little, Rotem, I haven't gone much into that. So as far as sectioning it off?
Yeah, you can basically have on the same account a few hubs, and then you can have like, so this event belong to this hub and this event belong to this hub, but it's all through the one account. And when you go to after it's finished and you go to the event and you see all the details, you can see like who is like the mother, who is the father, and who is the daughter. The mother account and the daughter, like it was weird.
So you can introduce hierarchy.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't see it right off the bat. So the demo actually tells you go ahead and create the format. And I did see, I don't know if my particular account falls under a hub, or Guy, if you had done any administrative.
Let me double check. No. Is it on the? Go ahead.
I saw that you're like on the main account. You didn't put like another hub.
Well, I didn't go into profile just because I didn't want to share the details there, but you can.
No. On the main event, on the main event, you can create the hubs. Like if you go out of this and you go to the main page where you saw all the events, but don't go out right now.
Well, it will go with the event. Goes to hub. Can you create a new hub if you save and then?
We can try it. Sure.
You can.
And actually, so save and continue. if I exit this, it'll actually keep it as a draft. So if I go ahead and jump out, well, I guess I didn't. But so this is under the hubs section.
Can you create a new hub?
So I see 1 events, 4 hosts, upcoming events, and so 4 hosts. Are these the hubs?
Yeah, I created
hub.
the Zoom Test Kitchen hub.
So is it admins can create hubs, but users cannot create hubs? Is that something we're seeing? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they describe hubs in short. It says a hub is a collection of upcoming, current, and past events that were created by a group of hosts. Hubs are ideal to separate events related to a specific subject.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird, the hubs.
Could Josh finish the main track before we get too digressed?
Sure. So the next section is speakers. And so I'm going to go ahead and add a speaker. And I can upload the speaker's photo, which has a limit of, there we go. Oh, you know what? That might not have been a compatible format. Let me see.
And one thing that is important to say now, you need to put all of the speakers from all of your event to the speaker whatever, because after when you do like each event, this is the speakers that you're now setting, you can choose them. And if you didn't put the speakers, you can't choose them. Does it make sense? Everybody understand?
Say that one more time.
No.
So you need to put all of the speakers to all of your summit right now, because after when you're doing the meetings, the individual meetings, you need to choose from this speaker that you just wrote.
So are you certain that you can't add speakers after publishing?
No. So when I play with Rupert account, I had a problem to edit. I don't know if I didn't saw it or it was like too early. I don't know. So I had a problem to edit. So I had to go and create a new account, a new event, and do like 10 speakers and then go back. So maybe now you can edit, or I didn't saw where you can edit. I don't know.
So that does bring up a good point. And there are certain things that are hard coded on Publish. The way that the Zoom rep painted it is kind of like your gotchas. So this is a free event, but if you think of a paid event where you're selling tickets, think of the things that would be gotchas to change after you've already published. So for example, eliminating content, I believe eliminating sessions is a no-no. Now you can move the sessions, I believe, and actually it's something we could probably try out after I published it. But the price, you're not going to be able to change the price after the fact. Different things that would be gotchas.
It looks like Kevin from Zoom is in the chat, and he's saying that you cannot change the speakers once you have sold tickets.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. So at this point too, this is how your speakers basically get their ticket. So your email address would be how their ticket's going to show up in their inbox. So from your speakers at this point, they'll get the invitation. It'll have the stationery that you've selected as far as the pictures and the messages.
And and it's going to take you like the total amount of tickets you can sell. Like if you got 500 and you got 10 speakers, so now you got only 490 to sell.
Right. So each of your panelists and speakers will take one of your ticket capacity. So I'm going to use one of my email addresses just so I can pull it up later. And company logo. So let's see. Try another stock image. There we go. So, company name. Any suggestions for our Mad Libs? What company should we include?
He's from the dumpster, no?
It is.
Do you have to fill in all of these bits, or are the fields optional?
This is an optional field.
But you want to put all of the fields, because after that, like the event is created, when you go to the hub, you can look at every speakers and their bio and his image and stuff like that. So you want to put as many description that you can.
Kevin suggested sanitation workers.
But you need to put the United also.
Fair enough. Apparently Google's not a valid URL.
HTTP? Is that what's missing?
Nope, I guess someone's already pranked them with this one.
Yep.
You can use gotouring.com. That one's mine.
Touring?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. It's not liking that. I wonder why.
Let's just
Maybe
leave
put
it
the
blank and move
HTTP.
on.
Put the HTTP.
It's a colon after the P.
Ah,
Yeah,
there
that's
we go.
it.
Semantics. Speaker's title. Who's going to speak about these dumpsters?
Raccoon.
He's the CEO. What is the title of the person? The speaker title. So he's the CEO.
Dumpster requisitioner.
Let's move on. Come on.
And speaker's bio. Okay, and this actually...
These are optional, aren't they?
They are?
Oh, good.
Yeah, you don't need to put like social. You don't have to put the social.
But they'll show up. So next is adding the speakers. Oh, it was. Okay. It's giving me an option to add more speakers. So add session to the agenda. Title.
This is like the event itself. This is the meetings that you want to make. The sessions.
Yes. Dumpster cleaning, of course. And this can start. Was the date today that it was set at?
I think you set it to today, yeah.
Today, okay. So it says at 9 a.m. That should be a conflict.
It says October 16th if you look to the right, so it's showing.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Gotcha. So this is for tomorrow. Gotcha. And I wonder if we could start the meeting earlier if I just set it at default. So speaker, since I only have one speaker not present will be will be presiding over this session. And about this session,
how come he didn't pop up?
He did.
Shouldn't he?
Yeah, he need to pop up. Oh, this is not present. This is his name. This is what you put.
yeah, sorry for the confusion.
Okay, you did name him. Okay, you should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So speaker not present will be present. And you can choose webinar or meeting.
And if you had like multiple, if you put like on the speakers, multiple speakers, you can put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers on the same, on this meeting.
Correct. So depending on how many you made from your pool of speakers, you can add them. And I believe you can add them after the fact as well. We'll make this a meeting.
Do you have to have webinar capabilities in order to do one of these?
So when you buy Zoom event, you will get the webinar capable in the Zoom event. When you're paying for the Zoom events, you have the same privilege as the webinar, and it costs $20 more.
Right. So let's save this. So we have one, and we can add, I'm going to add a second session. Session 2.
Dumpster dirtying.
And again, we've only got the one speaker, so not present is going to have to be present for this one as well. And this one's going to be a webinar instead of a meeting. Select the image. You can give it a unique image. So as you can see, these events, which you can edit them. So say you want this one to be a 30-minute session instead of the full 60 minutes. I did have a glitch yesterday when I was adjusting these, but it must have been user error because I'm not seeing it again. Now, here's what happens.
Can you change names of the speaker at this point, since it's not published?
Only if you will add more speakers.
No, I think you can change.
So not present is now present.
Oh, to change the name of the speaker.
Yeah.
Now present. And let's see if it stays in the agenda. Now present will be. Here's another conflict. So it does have scheduling conflict sessions. So if I wanted to make this last longer, this will tell me that that session's already been scheduled. And since this is not a conference, I can't schedule conflicting meetings. So I'm limited until I go back to a time that's now available. Now it'll let me continue. Also polls I didn't mention, but you can add the polls in the sessions.
Do your sessions have to be back to back, or can you have a gap?
You can have a gap. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a gap. And you can also schedule the gaps. You can fill them in later. So let's see, I'm gonna make one more session. Third session. And this one is in that gap between 10:30 and 11:30. Speaker is now present.
Can anybody think of why they wouldn't let you add a speaker after you've published the event?
I think they've stated several, situations where, if say Tim McGraw's coming and you had 500 people buy, well, Tim McGraw was the famous person and then Tim McGraw bowed out, it would be a bait and switch type category that they rather than leave it to the public or the company through the legal process, they've implemented at their level Zoom in their program to avoid those situations in whole. I think it's a bit of an overreach myself in the sense that there are going to be non-famous, non-attractive speakers who get bought into because of the topic, the title. The interesting point to me is, can you change and edit a title slightly versus not be able to change the speaker? I don't know that for sure, but speakers drop, they cancel, they get sick. They, you want to make sure the topic is still covered.
Or you need to start publishing the event before you've totally finalized all the sessions.
Yeah, totally. I mean, publishing is a pretty significant commitment because there's several areas that can't be changed once you do it.
I could imagine you'd set up a session with Hillary Clinton as the speaker and then swap it out to Donald Trump or something. It might make
that'd be, I mean, certainly that would be a problem, but is it Zoom's problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it really the developer's problem versus, a legal process problem? But needless to say, Kevin Babcock from Zoom says in the chat, if you're watching, it says polls are now available in Summit. He says it wasn't there a week ago. So, new features keep dropping, which is cool.
So everybody's learning something new all the time.
Always, even those guys in Zoom.
Although you can't remove a speaker, you can't even add a speaker, like add another session after you've published?
Sounds like it.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you guys put some blanket.
Yeah,
just put like speaker 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So you got 5 extra ones to play with and add them later. Edit them.
Yeah, that's why I just created another speaker that's not scheduled to see if he can be inserted. So if you have like
I sent you a headshot if you need another headshot.
Yeah. So
Discord.
Right.
So, but you need to finish all of the editing and go publish, and then try to put more speakers.
Well, you said you can't add more speakers, but the question is, can you edit if you just threw 5 more in there, just as dummy holding positions?
But you need to finish the whole summit and publish it, and then we will need to try to change it.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, and you can create. I wonder if you can change their email addresses after the fact. I'm betting you can't.
No, the email address you can't, because the email address will send the invitation to the panelist view, whatever. So the email you can't change.
But if you have a domain and you can create more emails, you can get around that.
So Kevin said, as long as you don't publish, you can go back and change speakers and whatnot. So, but after you publish, probably can change.
I remember when Sam Kokaiko was on in Zoom Test Kitchen, we asked him about this, and he really emphasized that the moment you publish, you need to be 100% sure that your configuration is correct. And then I asked him, well, what happens if we want to test something? And what he said then is you test it, publish it, test it, and then duplicate it to get a clean event that you can edit before you publish that new event again.
Yeah, so this is the reason. So now I'm understanding why I can't edit after I published when I tried it a month ago.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh,
so once you publish.
Sorry.
Once you publish, that's it. You finish.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's that barrier to me is so far-reaching in the sense that you say, "Hey, I'm published. We've got 15 sessions, and hey, by the way, every speaker who's been invited, you can't not be able to show up. Like you can't miss a flight. You can't have something go wrong. You can't get sick because I can't change it. Like I don't know.
wonder-
I've never had a tool that takes that control away from me, but
yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem.
So I wonder, considering that, I wonder doing what I'm doing here with adding just in case speakers, backup speakers ahead of time before you publish is a good procedure to use this platform given its limitations.
Well, but
you're losing
here's the other
tickets.
thing is where do
You're
those
losing tickets.
speakers publicly get published as speakers in the event, and you'll have a few dummy looking speakers out there that are being, printed in print, if you will, that aren't really anything but tools for us. And so, if there was a checkbox within a speaker that says, make them visible or not, that would be maybe a different story. But that practice could be a problem.
That's a good point. What if someone sees the backup speaker and says, actually, I'd prefer to have her speak?
Just a minute. I'm not sure. We need to check because I don't remember. But if the speaker is not tied to any meeting, you can't see him. But I'm not sure. Maybe you can. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Something worth checking.
Okay. So I have these, and this is be interesting. So I have unique pictures and descriptions for each of our presenters. We have an agenda with 3 sessions. And next, going into advanced options. And this seems to be into your hub discoverability. So some are discoverability and registration access, accessible only to users with the event link. And this is grayed out. Viewable from within the hub or users with the event link only. And I'm not sure if this is a placeholder in the time being, given that you have to choose, well, we'll get to it as far as the ticketing, but you have to choose one limited form of inclusion, allowing the people that are allowed to register for the event have to have either under domain, we'll get into that a little bit later, but right now the only available option is to privately submit restricted to invites on the guest list only. There is an option to send out your own email invitations. It says by checking this option, Zoom Events will not send email invitations to users on the guest list. Zoom Events will continue to send notification center invitations to users on the guest list.
Is this because we're not in part of a hub?
Well, I believe the top.
We
had
didn't
the same
assign
problem.
this to a hub, did we?
I had the same problem with the Rupert account that I played, and I don't know why it is.
Did you create multiple hubs, Rotem?
No, so Rupert opened me like a hub, and I played only on the hub because we tested a few stuff.
You only played with the spoke in the hub.
So I created event in a hub in Robert main account, whatever, if it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and maybe if anyone has an idea about this, why the check mark is additive as far as sending your own email invitations.
So if you want to send like a brand email with an invitation and you don't want the stock Zoom, you can do that. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So have you tried it, Rotem? Because does that then give you another dialogue once you've selected that you'd like to send it out? Does it? How does it?
I didn't play with it. Don't know.
Okay. So I'll leave this unchecked for now. And
there's a document. I'll put the link in the chat right now that is completely and specific to visibility. I think this is helpful. There's that. But yeah, I mean, it starts by saying, when an on-Zoom event is private, only users with a private events link can view and register for it, which we see and know. It says this is useful for for hosts who want a limited, specific audience and want to keep their event more secure. Private on-Zoom events are not listed in the on-Zoom directory or included in search results.
But this is on Zoom. This is not Zoom event. We're talking about Zoom event.
Yeah, I think there is some rule and behavior crossover here, but I'll read
that
on
seems to
and
make
see.
sense for a directory when you're talking about on Zoom, when there is a directory for
There is
events.
no directory to Zoom events, Ken is saying.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
So I have a clients on December. We're going to make like a proper Zoom event, and this feature that we can send like the invitation directly to emails was the big sale of Zoom event, because it's like big financial. They have like very, very specific person they want on the event. They don't want like a journalist and stuff like that. And the last event we did, the two journalists leaked to whatever we had, and it was a big no and a lot of fuss and muss. So this feature is like, for me, it's great.
I'm wondering how you would proceed then. Was it just simply give you URLs to send out in your custom email, or
you can? Yeah, this one. No, that's it. I don't know. It's very interesting because you need to have like unique URL to send to every.
So you could just have
every person. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that's probably what they would give you. So at some point, they would have to disclose which unique URL they're giving to whom.
Maybe the Zoom events like backend know the email specifically that they are connected to Zoom, and if you try to connect to the event with an email that's not connected, you didn't put in the Zoom event, it will tell them you cannot register or whatever. I don't know.
I think the invitation is inviting people to register, and then the unique URL is created as they register.
Yeah, it will send like a general registration. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. We'll have to test it out. So I guess moving on, then the lobby, and this is a nice feature that gives you ramping up to an event. So the lobby open date, you can open up the chat. There's some hard scripted 10, 20, 30, but you can also just go to a calendar and pick a custom date when you want the lobby to open up, and the same thing with lobby close. So I believe this would also give access to any recordings. The chat remains enabled. People can continue to interact after the event, and also coming up to event.
What's a lobby? Is it a special kind of meeting?
So that's where you enter the Zoom events. You'll be coming in through the lobby, and if you
saw the Zoomtopia?
Right. So those of us that saw the Zoomtopia, we came in, and one caveat though. So that was particularly a conference.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's pretty much the same. You got like on the Zoom program, you got like a lobby, and then you can see everything, the speakers and the sessions and whatever.
Right. So you can also enable different features. So here we have your waiting room, which is interesting. This is by default off, having a waiting room. So perhaps it's because of the Zoom lobby that the waiting room is a off feature by default. Q&A is on by default. Changing screen names, sharing screens, enabling HD video for screen and video, and enabling HD video for attendees. Jeff and I were talking about this feature. I believe enabling the HD video for screen sharing is more of a bandwidth issue than actually showing the content, or maybe perhaps this one here. So when they're getting the content in HD, perhaps to limit bandwidth, I don't see as security issue. It's
I think
more of a stability.
most people's interpretation when they see enable HD for video is an upgrade. And I would tend to think that there's a good possibility that enable HD for video for screen share could in fact also demote a 4K video down to a 1080 as well, which is not the end of the world. I mean, that's, good bandwidth management and certainly clear enough to still, have a good experience. But I think I have a feeling, I haven't tested this yet, but that may end up treating it more like optimized checkbox. It can be bumped up or brought down. And so it's kind of the best of both worlds is, good visibility and clarity and also efficient bandwidth management.
So I don't understand the enable HD for attendees, because if you have like 3 panelists on a meeting, not on a webinar, and you don't enable it, so only the panelists will be in HD and everybody else will not be in HD, it's not make sense. Yeah.
Well, but there's no such thing as a panelist in a meeting.
Yeah.
So panelist is webinar, and the only other time I've seen this enable HD for attendees is in fact in webinar. If you have a 1080 webinar to attendees account that's all been enabled, that's that final push. Because even if you had a 1080 account that included webinar, it's still, without any further request, it still doesn't include webinar to attendees in HD. And I think because kind of a complimentary webinar is given when you buy a Zoom Events license, I think this is where that question probably is leaning to is, okay, we're going to give you the webinar. Do you want us to deliver HD to the attendees as well? That would be my thought of application.
Okay, let me go into cloud recording permissions, record host and all participants with video and audio enabled is off, and auto record is grayed out. What's interesting too is as you're building this event and filling out these options,
you can see the preview.
This is kind of showing you what your preview is going to look. This is the desktop look. So this is the advertisement you'll get. This is how it's being sent out in email.
You can push the full size preview, and then you will see only that. Yeah.
So there you go. This is what you can expect.
So did you leave the dummy speakers in?
So you don't see the go to speakers. This is what is interesting. Yeah. So you see every speaker that he made.
Yeah.
And if you see like on the right, I'm sorry, you have the DVE store above the food and drinks. You have the DVE store and event service. It's pushable, I think. Above the DVE, the events. Yeah. So this is the main, and the DVE store now it's the hub. So I don't understand like the hierarchy in that. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay, go to the last page of the editing because now we get to the ticket.
Okay, so now that we can save and continue, ticketing. So, and interestingly, it did not take my speaker count down from 299. It still has 299 even though I have 3 tickets.
Yeah, that's
with
weird.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Rotel.
No, we did like when I tested it, it dropped the tickets.
Only one.
But is this a reporting
It's a
screen or a configuration? You know what I'm saying?
Says you,
It says you can list up to 299. So I don't know.
Yeah, but is that really meant to be a ticker, or would
I
you
don't
have to run a report somewhere else that actually shows you kind of the progress of sales and so forth that
I don't
would
know.
pull down? Yeah.
Since you're only having one of your speakers actually present anything, maybe the other two speakers don't get tickets.
Yeah, probably.
so interesting. So if they're not scheduled, it doesn't
I don't know.
invite them, or it doesn't allow them to. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I could change it and find out. So let's see the agenda. Let's change this, and we're gonna do narwhal instead. Oh
No,
well,
both
Adam.
of them. Yeah, both of them.
There we go. Let's see how that changes things. Nope. No change.
No, still the same. Yeah. Okay.
Did you save?
I believe I did. Yeah, I did save.
Two speakers. Yeah, two speakers.
But it's got save and continue.
Yep. Sales start time must occur before the event scheduled time. And right now it's scheduled at 12:30. Let's back that off. We're going to start selling tickets. $12:15. I thought it was 12:16 was the start of the program. Can I start selling them yesterday?
I bought two yesterday.
October 16th?
Put the time now, because this is the 15. So put the time right now.
So that would be what, 7?
After right now, like a little bit. I don't know.
This is Pacific time.
Yeah.
Closest to 8 p.m., right?
Change the whole summit to like 3 days from now, because it's like
or 2 days ago.
No, 2 days from now. Yeah.
So let's go into.
Yeah. So this is the 15. Yeah. So now.
Oh, was it start of 16th?
Yes. So do it like the 18. Do it like the 18. Yeah. Now save and continue, and now go to the ticket. Yeah. Now you're good.
Now we can sell tickets whenever we want.
Yeah.
And today. Okay. No conflicts there. Quantity. So creating the tickets. This is another question that I have.
Yeah, I didn't understand that also. So confusing.
I think, adding tickets, I'm pretty certain. I heard the Zoom rep say that you can add tickets afterwards, but you go out of the gate with, it comes preloaded with 1. I can't go below 1. And as you can see, I've got $2.99 available left. So if I increment this up to 5, okay, that doesn't affect my total tickets listing. But
do like 200, make it right 200.
Try to put 400.
Sure.
Oh, you see, 296, because you're the host and 3 more panelists.
I see. So it's just not updating this figure.
Yeah.
Okay. Got you. Zoom, give it work on that. There we go.
Actually, it is fine because you are the host and you have 300 total, so you have $2.99 to distribute.
Yeah, and 3 speakers, so it's four less. So you can. So now I understand. So you can do like 20 free tickets. And if you have a paid account, you have like the paid, you can do like everything else will be paid. And then you can, or you can put like different tickets to different people with like name skew or something like that. So I think now I'm understanding the method of the create ticket.
Well, there's of course the panelist tickets, which has the option for importing the name from a sheet, and you can send them here. And this is some of the trouble I've run into testing the platform is, you can create Joe Schmoes to do this, but each one has to have a Joe Schmo email address to send their information to.
So it's a real person with a real Zoom account.
Right.
Yep.
What is the difference between a panelist and a speaker?
So the speaker is the main event, but if you want to have like more people on the panel speaking with the speaker, it's a panelist.
So the panelist will have panelist privileges.
Yeah.
If you've got a webinar, not a meeting. Got it.
Panelist doesn't
Right.
get features on the session. Yeah. So they doesn't get, this is what I want to say. So you have the session like preview. When you saw the preview, you have like the speakers. So this is your main issue. You can view the speakers, but panelists will be like in the speaker view or in the panelist view in the webinar, but they will not be like featured in the.
Yeah, and I wonder, can you add panelists after publish?
Probably yes, because it doesn't affect it unless you sold out the tickets.
So up to your capacity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Speaker
Kevin
tickets.
said, I'm right.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. So the panelists tickets, and again, I would simulate that, but I'm kind of, I wonder if I tried putting email addresses in.
You can put Rotem at Kish COL.
Let me try something.
Can you have the same email address for two different people?
No.
That's what I'm testing. Yeah. There you go.
Cannot. So you could put Rotem at Kish COL. Kish KISH. COL. .co.il. COIL. .il. .co.il.
Simple. Right.
Yeah.
So manage.
If you have a speaker on a meeting for session 1, and you have a different speaker for session 2, can speaker from session 1 be a panelist on the webinar?
Christian.
Well, I couldn't create.
Christian, yes. Every email you put need to be the same email that they are logged into their Zoom account. So this is the Zoom event. Everything is through the Zoom account.
Could be you invite someone, but they have a different email address on their Zoom account. That was why I was asking. Okay.
Yeah, I think I might be careful saying Zoom account, because a Zoom events account can be different than your Zoom account. Like
No.
if Zoom events account is a standalone account. Now, it's not saying it can't be your Zoom account that you already have, but there's no assumption until you register at Zoom events of what account it's really going to be tied to.
So Jeff, I answered Kevin like a question on the chat, and she said the speaker will have an attendee ticket to each of their session. No, what was the first question? Does this have to be the same email address with which the panelists join to the Zoom event later? Yeah. So it's their Zoom account.
Yeah, and I thought, and
everything
this is the thing too.
Like
so
yeah,
apparently, because you need to have a unique email address, if you wanted to be both a panelist and a speaker, you would have to have two Zoom accounts, two accounts that have two separate emails associated.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, because if he's a speaker, he's a panelist. So the only thing with the speaker that he's getting like promoted on the event, and he got like his picture and his bio and whatever. So panelist and speaker, it's pretty much the same.
So a speaker on the meeting for session 1 is not present. On session 2, which is a webinar, the speaker can be Narwhal. And then the question is that person who's not the speaker, who was a speaker some other time, but's not a speaker in this meeting, can they be a panelist? I think they should be.
I think they can be.
What would be interesting to know is
if you got the privilege when you go into the meeting, if you will have the privilege, like in this meeting, because in this webinar, because he was on a different webinar and now he's in this webinar. So it's confusing.
Well, I'm thinking if a speaker shows up to an event, that he or she is not the scheduled speaker. Are they a panelist?
Every session is a different meeting.
Right, but each meeting is on the agenda. Each meeting. So on this page, right now, you can list multiple speakers to a session, right? And they are meetings. But if you don't list, Narwhal is not listed at 10:30 or at 9 o'clock. So if Narwhal shows up in those meetings, are they a panelist?
It will be. I think it will be an attendee and not a panelist if it's like a webinar. If it's not in that webinar as a speaker, so yeah, it's confusing.
That would make sense.
If he's a speaker, you need to put it like on every session. He's a speaker. You need to put it as a speaker, because the speaker is like your main issue, your main people for the event. So you want to promote them on every meeting they're gonna be, because if like I don't know, Barack Obama will come to the event and he will be like on 10 different meetings, you want everybody to know he will be in 10 different meetings.
Right.
Kevin answered in the chat.
Yeah, I'm reading his answer there. So you should be able to add a panelist to a session that already has a speaker ticket for another session. But a speaker or panelist join the session they are not a panelist or attendee for, they would join as an attendee. I would agree. Have to test it, but sounds logical to me. Just join as an attendee. So
yeah, they will be attendee.
So, okay, so being a speaker in the event ensures that you are an attendee, possibly, ensures that you are at least an attendee for the rest of the meetings.
But again, you want to promote the speaker on every meeting they're going to be, because they're the main issue, because you're promoting them, and this is the big name that will sell the ticket. I don't know, whatever.
It depends on what your conference is about. If we have a genealogy meeting, people are going to go to different sessions and expect the expert in that session to be an expert in that topic, not necessarily in any other topic. So I think it depends entirely on what the purpose of your event is.
Yeah.
And perhaps this
totally
is
right.
one of those things that when we get conferences, maybe it's not true of a different session day in a conference. Maybe the speakers won't have tickets to go to another session or day or concurrent session. Well, concurrent, obviously. They wouldn't
Me to
have.
go. Have a great night.
See you, Rotem.
Bye.
So one of the other things that we looked at is, so here's the part that restricts the ticket creation here as far as who's able to register from the event.
Uncle Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Josh.
In that one that says users from specific domains, can you put a generic thing like at gmail.com? Or will it not take something that broad?
In this domain?
Yeah.
I actually did try that yesterday. And it didn't work. But maybe I didn't have the semantics correct.
Is the guest list additive or restrictive?
Because I know at wouldn't work. Yeah. Okay. So maybe I just didn't have it. No. That would be very widely circulated. Anyone has a Zoom event? Okay. Yeah, that's a surprise. As far as, can I add a second one?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize you could do that.
Are these additive? Are both of those check boxes now going to work, or do they have to be part of both of those check boxes?
Are you talking about this checkbox?
So it says if they're from Gmail, they can come in, but do they have to be on my guest list in order to be there?
So yeah, so the guest list, only users added to the guest list are allowed to view and register for this ticket type. Yeah, you can check and uncheck this and then view the list. This is what I wasn't sure of. So currently there are users that are listed and you can add or delete them from the guest list. It is a bit confusing that.
Does that supersede anyone from Gmail?
Yeah, because it says only users.
Yeah.
But clearly, if I'm adding users to another, it doesn't say include users. It says only users. That's the language I'm not quite sure of.
Hey, Kevin.
So by checking this, does that mean that what I filled out below is nullified? It wouldn't seem so. It seemed like that would be grayed out if you check this box. But apparently you can add it. So I don't know if it's just a verbiage. It says only the users added to the guest list are allowed to view and register for this ticket type. Yeah. I mean, so I could add another, another user. Let's see. And now there's 4. But the only part is the only confusing part. Kristen, do you have a question?
Well, to me, it looks like it's adding up. It's user guest list and from specific domains and from your account. It's not an either or, maybe. Don't know.
I agree. That
it
would make
looks like
sense.
you have to take care that your own team you're hosting with is part of that list, because otherwise they don't get in.
Sounds like you have more testing to do, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. It's this word here that doesn't make sense. If it didn't have this word, I would agree. That's the way I would read that. But why say only when you do not gray out this box? So now I'm not able to save in the current okay. So let me see, what is misting? It's not this.
Ticket name has a red star next to it. Up a little, down a little. There.
Okay.
Ticket name.
Ticket name. Okay. Quantity.
General.
Got you. There we go. Okay. So now we have a publish button. And as was mentioned,
increase the number of tickets if you want to play with it. You've only got one. That's not going to do you much good.
Right. I thought I had 5. Did we change that? We must have changed that. So tickets. Panelist tickets.
Now you had ticket quantity 1 down under free tickets.
Yeah. Let's make 10. And did I change the, okay. I believe I changed on the previous one. I may have to do something. Hold on a second. Let me pull this over here. I got to go into the account preferences and make sure that the basic information goes to my email address so that I can receive the information. I believe, I don't know if I did that for the account in total.
You're looking at a gray screen.
Yeah, it's because I'm looking at login account information. Okay, well, if it's wrong, I'll try it again and fix it. So after publishing, if I had set the account, if I had added my email address to the account, then it should come to my account. If not, then it should go to the DVE account email address, which I don't have access to. So,
you think there's only going to be 10 of us that try it out for you?
Well, the problem is, well, I can add more, sure. I don't know that you can assign. Well, we'll find out. What do you like? 25? How many people are in this meeting? 19? So we'll do 20. Okay. All right. Anything else we'd like to change? Now there's no panelists, but again, to have the panelists, I should probably have at least one. Maybe I could remove, let's at least try, does someone want to be a panelist? I can enter your email address in, because I'm out of email addresses.
I'm hoping you'll publish it in the next 3 minutes so that I can join before I have to go away.
Okay, I can do that. Can we add a panelist? Because I'm not going to be able to add them after I publish.
Just add Jeff at zoomtestkitchen.com.
Okay. There we go. All right, let's publish. And double checking the events, registration, record our audio. Okay. Publish. Now,
okay. Now, the link, can you copy that link? Yes, and we can put it in the chat.
There you go. Starts in 3 days. So where does the link take you? Does it allow you to register
It
for the
says
event?
dumpster fire event, and I'm going to register for free.
Okay.
It has you agree to check boxes, place the order. It's there, it's done. And I click join the lobby. Oh, it just killed me out of your meeting, didn't it?
You're still here.
Oh, okay, so I am in the Zoom events lobby for the dumpster fire event. And it looks like there's 7 of us here.
So let me try it too and see if it kicks me out. You said it didn't, so unable to join lobby. This Zoom ticket is associated with a different Zoom account than the one that you are logged into. Okay.
So this is
if I, yeah, and the thing is, if I registered, I can get there. But right now, I'm in Test Kitchen on a different account. I'm not in on this account.
What is interesting is that
Do you want to share the lobby view?
I don't think I can. Let me see if I can.
Well, you'll have to be a co-host.
Yeah, but I can't get to it because this is coming up in front of the meeting. The Zoom event is a separate window, but it is still in the Zoom account, a Zoom app, and it's in front of my meeting, and I can't get the meeting to come to the foreground. But I will do that if you make me a co-host, Jeff.
Sharing is turned on.
Okay, I'll try and share. You cannot share the screen while some other participant is sharing. Okay.
There you go.
Right now, try. Basic, advanced portion, go. All right. All right, this is what it looks like. And I've got a place here to put in a message. So like a chat. And there's a whole bunch of information on here. I don't know what this 7 is. Maybe that's tickets, because it doesn't look like there's anybody else here.
I don't think we're seeing your Zoom window.
You're not seeing it?
We're seeing your browser windows, not your Zoom windows.
Oh, okay. I must have to change something before you can see my Zoom windows. Sorry about that.
So in your sharing settings,
it's in something else. I don't, I gotta go. Oh, I'm sorry, I turned off my picture. I gotta go because I gotta do that other event in a couple of minutes. So thanks for all this, Josh. This was very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
We'll see you, Lois. And so anyone else that has the link and like to register and look at the lobby, you can. And if you'd like to share what it looks like, I am currently not in a, well, I guess I could do that. Nope, I'm not able to do it.
Josh and Kevin just wrote a note in the chat that your screen share does not currently include Zoom windows.
Yeah, there is a setting in the share section of Zoom that allows you to see the Zoom windows. So under share screen, show my Zoom windows and other participants when I'm screen sharing. It's the second checkbox down. This guy here. I learned that one in the Zoom test kitchen.
I'm chatting in the lobby.
Do you want to share your screen, Jeff?
Well, I would, but I think I'm in the wrong event. I'm in a test. Yeah, I'm in one of your other ones that you had built, Test Summit. It was the only one that showed that I could join. Let me,
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only, yeah, those are in the past, upcoming.
So
Yeah,
the problem.
yeah, so I said, take me to the lobby. Well, let's see. Yeah, Zoom. Oh, you did Jeff at Zoom. I think that's the reason. Let me sign out and back in as Jeff at Zoom Test Kitchen. Just like Kevin's chat says, this is the main reason there's issues. Have them go to events.zoom.com and sign in as the right account.
So, guys, I just left, and in order, I couldn't get out of the Zoom event. The only way I could get out was to kill my app. There wasn't any leave button on that page that I could find. Anyway, just wanted to let you know. Bye-bye again.
Thanks, Lois.
Here's what it looks like in the lobby. Spotlight this. So I'm in on another machine sharing over NDI, so I can go in here and you can see Lois is chatting. So this is the, I logged into the event and it says join lobby. And then when I click that button, it opens up this page. So this is the summit lobby 8. Lois is in there, said hi. So it looks like we can chat. And then it has the sessions, the speakers. And that's that. But that's all the lobby is just the ability to chat with other people. Can't see even a directory of who all's here.
Yeah, you just see the total count. And is there any other interactions besides chatting that you can do? I guess there's reactions you can do to the chat.
Looks like to Lois's thing, I could put a little, clap thing. Reply thread. It looks like there's threaded replies, and then, yeah. That looks like it.
Okay. And I wonder, okay. The other thing is changing I don't believe you can move up the start time of the event. I think that's one of those hard-coded features. So in order to see what the event looks like after you open the doors, we'd have to make another event that opens sooner, I imagine, or can't you? Yeah, I think I would have to, let me see if I can just sign out. There we go. Now join lobby. Unable to join lobby. This Zoom event ticket is associated with a different Zoom account than the one you are logged into. To join the lobby, please switch to the Zoom account used to get the ticket. Okay. I'm not, that's...
Yeah, I think in the web-based lobby, when you're trying to sign in, you have to, I ran into the same thing, Jeff at Zoom Test Kitchen. Well, I know that account, but Zoom Events doesn't know that account yet. It only got it from you for the publisher, right? So I would have to create a Zoom Events account tied to Jeff at Zoom Test Kitchen to then log in as that account. Then that would get me there. But till then.
So I thought, oh, you know what? Did I include, let me see if I invited my other email address. Yes. Let me see if I can So I'm seeing I sent a So currently I'm signed in under the account that I invited. And I have an option here to join the lobby. And when I try to do that, it gives me the unable to join lobby because I'm signed in with a different account.
Yeah, that's because it's to be able to get the lobby is activated and supported by the Zoom client application on your computer, and so you're currently using that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it worked on my side too. Like I had to use a separate account, and so it's the client that is in the lobby. That's how they're handling the registration.
Oh, is it because I'm in this meeting with my client?
Yeah, I would say it's because your client's currently being used in this meeting under the account that you're in this meeting with.
Okay, so Lois must have snuck out before she.
Yeah, she did.
She
said she did.
Oh, okay, that's why then.
Yeah, so I created a Jeff at zoomtestkitchen.com Zoom account now, and I'll click on join lobby. Yeah, same message. Yeah, the event tickets associated. Yep. Yeah,
now,
so my Zoom client would have to be, I'd have to be logged into my Zoom client app with Jeff at zoomtestkitchen.com to then join this lobby. So can I think, I'm going to go to my profile picture on the Zoom app and go switch account, see what it, does for me. So am I still in the meeting? You can hear me?
We can still hear you. Mm-hmm.
But I'm logging into my Zoom client now as Zoom, Jeff at zoomtestkitchen.com. I might get cut off of this meeting, but we'll see. So I'm signed in now I'm in this meeting as Zoom host at streamsharks.com, but I told the client app to switch accounts. And so I am now signed into my app as that. So now I'm going to tell it to join lobby. If I get dropped, I don't know why. I'm in the lobby now while I'm in this meeting.
Okay, so you just had to switch the accounts.
Yeah, I just clicked on my profile picture and switched accounts.
Let me try and see if I can log in while I'm in the meeting.
Hey, John. John or Josh? Might have been Josh. Okay, yeah, I can see it now. But I will say I can see that. I'm not seeing chat. Yeah, so I'm kind of and kind of not in the summit. And I can see, kind of the advertised, sessions and speakers, but there's no chat. And I think that might be because I'm already using the client app on my computer for this kitchen meeting.
So you're a observer only?
Yeah. Yeah, more, yeah. It gives me the ability to be logged in and see it, but more in a advertising sense than, it's published. I can see the details.
You can see the promised
there's
land, but
no
you can't
current
enter it.
lobby chat or anything like that available while I'm in this meeting.
Oh, so you're only getting the branding then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm logged into 2 different accounts, and I'm in the Summit lobby, and I can see Guy Cochran in the Summit lobby, and I can see the chat, and we've just exchanged some messages.
See now. And you didn't have to leave the meeting, Robert, to get in?
No, I'm still here, and I'm still there as well.
Yeah. See, when I click on the link that I shared for everyone else to join, it has an option there. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see if I can change that. Okay. Hmm.
Josh, who are you logged into Zoom events as?
Zoom events. I am on the DVE account for the web. Actually, I just logged out. Hello, Lois.
Is anyone speaking?
All quiet, all fallen asleep. We're trying to figure out, Lois, how to get into the summit lobby, because most people are getting the message that they're not logging in with the same account.
So I was logged into Zoom and I went and followed the link and I got into the Zoom event lobby at the same time. Both were going at the same time. I did not get kicked off. I left because I was trying to set up another meeting, but I was able to get in. I used my same account and they simply were being managed by the same app. It just showed when you went to look at the window, there was a Zoom meeting and a Zoom events. I did have to register.
Yeah, I think we're all okay with registering, but what gets confusing is that we're logged into the Zoom test kitchen on one account. And when we go into the Zoom events, having registered, we get the message that you need to use the same account that you registered with.
Are you using the same account in both places or are you using separate accounts?
I'm in the summit lobby at the moment, but with separate accounts.
I did it with the same account and it worked. I only had one account in there and it worked. So I can't tell you why it worked. I don't have like double screens and all the fancy stuff, but I did hear you.
I just used a separate computer, separate account, and I, registered and it popped open fine.
Good.
And I got an email that says, you with the ticket, and it says that only this account can be used with this ticket. So I registered with a totally separate one and worked fine.
That's interesting. I didn't even need to get to the email to get in. The link in the chat took me right to the thing to register, and then I just entered the lobby right away. I did see you all on Facebook. That's how I monitor after I leave the meeting. But your Facebook is dead. It's not moving anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go work on that other meeting and I'll come back as soon as they get started. So I'll see you in a little bit.
My Facebook's not dead.
It's really interesting. I'm on the same computer and with two different Zoom accounts now. And usually this doesn't work, but it seems to work. So I'm in that lobby as well.
Kirsten,
we have
we have exactly the same situation. I can see you in the lobby and I'm in with two different accounts, just like you, on the same computer.
Yeah, but I tried this a couple of weeks ago on the same computer and it wasn't possible with two accounts. Okay. But maybe
I'm just
it's because it's an event and based on webinar, so maybe it's a different type. I don't know.
I'm just waiting for Josh to open one of those sessions and see if we can actually join a session.
Yeah, can we go in early?
That's what I was looking to see if I could.
Is it possible that it's not working on the mobile phone yet, so that we have to use a laptop or in Zoom events?
Isn't it time for rehearsals, Josh?
You made me a
believe
panelist,
so.
right?
Yeah, maybe we have to be panelists.
With me as a pan, yeah. So let me. I'm going to leave this meeting completely. So, Guy, I'm going to make you host. That'll free up my client because I can get to the lobby, but not with the chat and see everybody else. So I'm going to disconnect completely. So I'll make you host, Guy. And then I'm going to disconnect, and then I'm going to go in with that panelist account, and I'll see if that starts the meeting. And Josh, I have your phone number. I'll text you if kind of status of that. And
Okay.
go from there.
Kirsten, Kevin wrote in the chat that Zoom Events is not available for mobile or Chromebooks yet.
Wonder if it's available for the web browser. I don't think it is either.
No,
It
I was
says
in the
no.
web browser on the mobile phone, and it says I should change to another device with version 5.7.6 or higher.
No, well, Kevin's written no in the chat.
Okay. Interesting. That's another wrinkle.
So if Kevin's listening, I put something in the chat asking, so I have the same login as Josh. If I try to log in, will that interrupt him, or can I go poke around and see if I can open up the webinar in practice mode? If two people try to log in to events.zoom.us at the same time with the same credentials.
I'm interested in that.
All right, well, let's try it. So I'm
Let's
going to
try
try
it.
to log in. You're logged in, Josh? Using
I
those
am.
credentials? Okay, I'm going to try to
Oh,
log
actually,
in as well.
you know what? I logged out.
Okay, you log in and then I'll try to log in too. Let's see if we can
Wait.
open up this webinar early in
Yeah.
practice mode.
Yep. Okay. Try it now.
It's going to take me a little bit to dig up those.
Do you want me to Discord it to you?
That's where I'm headed. They're over there. Okay, I'm in as well. So you're in and I'm in as well. Let's see.
Looks like it.
I don't see any kind of, all I see is join lobby. There's no way to, like if somebody speaker gets sick, is there a way to edit? Oh, manage. Okay, so you can edit event. Okay, so let me share screen. So now I'm in the back end of the account, and if I say dumpster fire event, little 3 dots here, there's edit, send message to registrant. So let's just see if I can edit. So we shouldn't be
I'm
able to
sending
change
a
this.
message.
Shouldn't be able to change speakers now, right? There's the event link, profile, so speakers. Can I add a speaker? Fourth speaker after publish. I'll use that one. Try a Gmail. Oh, why can't I save it? Is that the so name, email, those are the only 2 red ones. So you can't.
Go up at the top again.
Did I forget something? Oh,
Go up a
speaker's
little
photo.
higher. Oh yeah. No anonymous speakers apparently.
Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on just a sec.
Here, I found your picture, Guy. I sent it into the Discord.
the Neo dude. I'll just use this demo head. All right, so now I can continue.
Can you add them to a session?
Oh, let's say the
little dots next to the little dot.
Can't make any more sessions, huh? So add is grayed out.
Are the dots grayed out? Can you edit?
Let's see.
Speakers. Can you click on the speaker box? Add to 4th guy. There you go.
So we can add a speaker.
You can add them and you can include them. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Can you rename them?
Can I rename them? Let's see, speakers. So now this 4th speaker after publish is now going to be Guy the 4. Advanced agenda. Yeah. Let's see what pops out. Update and continue. Save changes. Yeah, it's there.
I just made a change on my end to the first speaker's name. Let me see if it took.
Let me refresh.
Could someone put the link back in the chat so I can get there? I'm on a different computer.
Sure.
Oh, is that a different? The URLs look different.
Huh. Oh, that's the one I originally shared. Did I?
I just hit share here. So that's interesting that 2 people can be in the same account at the same time. So what did you change on the first?
So actually, I changed his name to first added speaker.
So it's working. So we can't have like what I would call a service account if we needed to have multiple people. So we wouldn't have to log out. Like I use Zoom phones, so I wouldn't have to log out of my Zoom phones on my personal, account.
It seems pretty tolerant.
Yeah, that's cool.
I even had the save dialog open while you were finalizing yours.
It's good to know. It's really good to know. I just want to figure out now how to pop open the webinar for rehearsal.
Right? So where would the keys to the engine be?
So I'm back in on the lobby again. It was a piece of cake.
I guess changing the date. I didn't think you'd be able to do that.
You should be able to rehearse days in advance, though.
Right. Maybe you can change the rehearsal date in the webinar.
I remembered Sam mentioning that you can start the event, you can start the webinar early. The question is, how early? Is that hours or days?
Early in the day?
Well, I think earlier than the scheduled meeting, but what we're finding out is we at least had to cross the threshold of when the summit began. We have to be within the summit schedule. And then you can start a meeting early. I think that's what we're running up against right now. Because we're scheduled on the 18th right now, right?
Kevin in the chat says that we can start a webinar in practice mode as early as the lobby is open, and the lobby is now open.
Huh. Okay. Now, I'm trying to remember one of those events is a webinar.
Do we have the ability to? Yeah.
The second one is a webinar.
I'm going to ask Kevin to control my screen. Let's see if he'll take control. Kevin, take my screen. Come on. It says waiting for Kevin. Come on, Kevin.
Take the wheel.
He's like, I'm driving. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. I actually wasn't even touching my mouse. I don't know how that happened.
No, I'm asking you if you could show us where to start.
Oh, sorry.
I think somebody
we could take the webinar.
We didn't designate anybody as a host or an alternative host, right? I think the highest level we designated was my account as a panelist, and a panelist can't start one. So somebody needs to be a host. Well, I think by default, I think Josh is an assumed host, and then you can designate alternative host. That's what I'm reading.
Guy and I should have the same credentials.
Yeah, we have this. We're in the same account. Him and I are both using the same exact credentials.
There seems to be no conflict in us both being in here.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to start a practice session, you should just go to the lobby as either the host of the summit or as an alt host.
Okay, so how can I add an alt host in here now?
That would be.
I think it's under. Is it under speakers? Might be.
No, I think it's under advanced. No, it's not. Where did I
forget? I forget which section, but it's in there somewhere. Keep digging.
Yeah. It's under tickets. Alternative host. There you go.
Okay.
So you can add yourself, Guy.
Yeah.
You already have a ticket at that address?
I do. Or I registered.
You might need to cancel that ticket first. Go ahead and try it, but.
Okay, so did that actually work? Tickets. Oh, maybe what just happened? Did I lose? So Zoom events. This is the event. No, I want to edit this event. Where's that? Oh, manage. Edit. Ticketing. It didn't take that, so let me try that again. Guy.
Check for the save button at the bottom too.
I think that's what happened. So I hit add. Or is it not letting me add because it, let's see, save.
I think Guy C is already on the list.
Is that why?
He's on the yeah, he's on the what do you call that?
Speaker?
No, he's in the event list. I wonder if we removed you from it. Can I do that?
Here, you go ahead and share. So I have that other guy, see at mac.com, logged in on the over NDI. I can share that screen too to see what it looks like. If I can get that one to start.
Bye, Kevin. Thanks for all your help.
Yeah, see you, Kevin.
So what is it you guys are working on right now anyway?
Well, we were trying to get this thing started.
Get the session started.
Yeah. As far as basic info.
But I'm assuming you can't change the date of it since we've already sold tickets. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's grayed out. What I can do, though, is duplicate the event to one that starts today. Why don't I do that? Duplicate event. Duplicate it successfully. Let's start this puppy today.
James, are you outside the country?
Okay. It says, please set the summit
No,
start
I'm
date at least one day ahead.
here in the U.S.
Did you use Josh's link above in the chat?
Yes, I did.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I completely logged out, then logged back in, thinking that might solve it, and it hasn't.
Try this link, James. I just sent a different one to you.
Whoever's host now, might you open up a breakout room so James and I can work on his issue?
Sure.
Thanks. I think breakout rooms must be disabled or something. I'm not seeing anything here. Thanks. So James, I'll see you in room 1.
Okay.
If you would like.
Okay. Yep.
Hmm. I thought I saw before a place where you could designate practice sessions for the webinars, but I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, there is a trick. That's right. There's a way around it to get a meeting started the same day. What you do is you start it for a time zone that's already tomorrow. Right. So let's see. Let's see. Who's good with geography? It's Australia. Is it already tomorrow in Australia? Or it's yesterday? That's how, I think that's what you do. You set it to a time zone that it's yesterday, and then you change the time zones back. I think that's how you do it. Well, no, you just start it. You gotta be better at geography than I am. Let's see. Well, it's already Saturday in Taiwan. Oh, I think it would work the other way too, right? So if I change my date times 8 to a place that is tomorrow, maybe that'll work.
Something like that should work, because here we have nearly midnight. And if you go more than +3, it should work.
Yeah, so I picked GMT +6, which should be, that's Saturday at 3 in the morning, 3:51 in the morning, GMT +6. So, okay.
Josh, do you want me to share a world time clock?
I've got one.
Okay.
Here. Whoops. I had one. So, I set it at +6, which is, should be fine. For tomorrow, the thing that I'm not able to do is set the time. Let's see. I'm able to change the, well, let's see. Got lost. There it is. Okay. So let's see. If it's a new event, I should be able to set the time as well as the date. All right, 16th at GMT +6. But let me back out of this because I must have done something wrong. So I'm going to okay. So let's see here. Let me duplicate the event. So we don't have to do all that again. And the duplicate event is going to start on the 16th, but in GMT plus, what did I say? 6 plus 6. We'll go to 7.
Why not just start it today?
I can't. Not an option. I remember this workaround being talked about from the Zoom rep, but unfortunately they must have patched the hole because when I pick the tomorrow's time zones, the time zones that it's tomorrow in, someone got the memo that it's actually today, and they're not letting me choose it. I think as soon as I go to +2, yeah. So after I cross over to Friday. Now it lets me schedule it, but it won't let me schedule it. Well, I don't even know why it's even... Is there a time zone that'll let me work in the 15th? Let's see. Maybe that's the way. Oh, +8. No. I don't see anything that's encouraging.
But Josh, are you sure about this? Because I've just watched the video with Sam where he talks about playing with the dates, and he was actually referring to the moment of opening the lobby. So what he was saying is that he'd push the lobby open date as close to the event as possible, and then when he wants to open the lobby, he just pull the date back
The
to his
lobby
current
date.
date. The lobby, but that affects the lobby opening and not the start of the event date.
Yeah, I thought that you were just watching the recording from...
Yeah, I was
Test
just
Kitchen.
watching the recording.
So he wasn't talking about starting the event. He was just talking about the lobby.
Yeah, opening the lobby. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. So, but I mean, the lobby we didn't have a problem getting into today. It was only starting the event.
Yeah, but what he was referring to is that if you don't want the lobby to be opened until you're ready with everything, you publish the event, but you keep the open lobby date as close as to the time of the opening of the event. And then when you want to open the lobby early, you just pull that date back and you can open the lobby earlier on once you're ready with everything.
I see. So can we say then that starting a Zoom event on the same day that you create the Zoom event is not currently possible?
I don't know. I haven't got to that point in the film yet.
Okay.
That's what it looks like from everything you've tried.
Yeah, well, they're definitely making it pretty clear that they would like you to schedule it a day out.
And that
which makes sense because you have to, you have to sell tickets before people can show up. It's not like a personal meeting where it's like, hey, I just opened up this Zoom event. Jump over here. And sounds like they're giving you an intentional runway.
Is there something perhaps that Zoom has to do about it that they need to schedule the day before? It might be something on their end that would make it too tight.
I don't think so. I mean, no, I wouldn't think so.
So how much does it cost to do this? What are the requirements that one has to have?
To have a Zoom Events license?
Well, so obviously you can't do it with a free account. You'd have to have at least a paid account. And then is a Zoom event a separate thing, or is it in addition to what you already have, like an add-on like you do webinars?
It's basically a webinar license that has the Zoom Events add-on to it, from what I understand.
So can a basic paid account, I think they call it a pro, can that type of account get a webinar license and then do a Zoom event?
Good question.
Never mind. I'll go ask them. That'll be easier.
Here's the article. It talks about the prerequisites. Creating a Zoom Event Summit.
Could you put that in the chat for us? It would be wonderful.
Sure. I did put it in earlier, but I'll put it in again.
Yeah, every time I leave, I lose all the chat.
There you go.
Thank you.
So for Zoom events, they have something on the price list.
Thank you for that link, Kirsten. And then I guess my next question is, does Zoom events have a place where you can look up what events are coming up? In other words, do they help you promote your event, or is it up to you to do your own promotion?
I believe the one page that we were looking at mentioned about sending out the invitations to register.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, for example, the page that we added, anyone under a certain domain to have the option, we put Gmail, Yahoo, but not everyone with those accounts obviously is going to automatically know about this event unless you send them some type of notification. Now, of course, that link that that we put in the chat and that Lois, you signed up on, you could syndicate that. But I'm not aware of any directory like on Zoom has a directory that they are syndicating your content. But I'm not aware of. I mean, I wouldn't think that you would want that on the Zoom Events platform for it to be syndicated. For Zoom to do that for you.
And Kevin chatted earlier and said that there is no marketplace for Zoom events like there is for on Zoom.
Since I've never heard of on Zoom before, I guess I'm coming at it sort of sideways.
Yeah, on Zoom is basically your TV guide of Zoom events.
And so anyone can register their Zoom events with that? Or is it automatically registered or what?
So for on Zoom, like you would go to on Zoom and look at the offerings there. You can search the listing, you know, I'm looking for Pilates or improvisations, and then the events that have been created and put on Zoom. You can either pay for them if they're paid events, or some of them can be free events. Yeah, thanks for the link, Kristen. So it's basically sort of like that's them promoting that platform. Now that also has the lockdown. Obviously, those events, they want them more locked down, so you have to register the same way that you do with the Zoom events. But the difference is that you're in this syndication of on Zoom on that web page.
So if I just have a meeting, a regular old meeting, it's a Zoom account and I create a meeting, can I then register that with on Zoom, or do I need to buy a special permit and do something new with that new website?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to require you to sign their ULA. There's obviously some compliance that you'll have to be on the platform, and then you'll be able to. The meeting itself will look just.
They have to approve you as a host as well. So when you first go to on.zoom.us, then you can log in or create an account for on Zoom. Usually people use their existing Zoom account and add it to becoming an on Zoom account as well. Then on the top right corner, there's a become a host link, and you'd click on that, fill out the information. Used to be a manual wait your turn process, but now I think it's pretty automated, and so you can get that filled out, and they'll approve your host status. So then when you go in as a host, you can actually create an on Zoom event and advertise that, and if somebody comes to on Zoom and searches yoga, they can see your event that's scheduled and when and so forth.
How much does it cost to become an on Zoom host?
Nothing.
Nothing. Ooh, I like that. Maybe we'll get some more exercise people in our group.
Yeah.
But I guess you need to use Zoom event to be on the on Zoom page. Or is this not linked?
Say that again.
I guess you need to have a Zoom event schedule that you get onto this on Zoom page with your event.
No, on Zoom existed long before
because it's
Zoom
called
events.
beta.
So
I thought it's new.
it's just a one event at a time, period. It's just one event. And so that's something that, Zoom events can do, but it's also does summits and soon to do conference. So on Zoom has been a standalone one event at a time. And I think you can convert, like if you used to do it on meetings or webinars, you can convert it to an on Zoom, which you can also convert it to a Zoom events. But yeah, you can build it all.
Jeff, when you say it's one event at a time, can it be a recurring event, like every Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
Yeah. When you go there and you search, like if I were to search yoga, there's quite a lot. I'm not to the bottom of the list yet, but so there's a few pages of yoga events. Some $70. This special 6-week pilot series will teach you ways, and so it's an amount of time. Don't know the frequency without digging into it, but yeah, they can be recurring. Once a week, twice a week, whatever it is, and you can give it away for free or put a price tag on it and set up payments. And now it's still in beta. It's been out for a long time. It's been a really, really long beta. I don't know if they want to keep it there for lighter support, or I'm not sure, but and it's US only. So as far as payments and so forth, your customers can only be US based.
This is very cool. I like this on events.
As it's US based only, that's why I kept on scrolling. So we still use Eventbrite for these things.
I wonder if there's a legal thing. I mean, obviously you can use a VPN to access the service, but I wonder if there's a higher level of restriction to.
What's a VPN?
Virtual private network. So you can get content that's geo-restricted.
Naughty. Josh, I found Sam's statement. You were right. I was wrong. He also talked about starting a Zoom event on the same day that you're setting it up. And I've just found it. If I can play it back to you, is that okay?
Sure.
Can you share that?
That's exactly what I'd like to do now. Where is it?
Because I wonder if they patched it though, because I tried what I thought he said to do, and it's not letting me do it.
Okay, there we go.
Here's a time zone for the event. Here is your first real trick of the day for you. Summits and conferences, if you guys have played with this, you've already found this on summits, but you cannot create events for the same day. So today is September 17th. Where I'm at, I cannot create an event for September 17th. I have to create it for September 18th or later. There's a trick. Because I can use this time zone, what I can do is I can take a look and say, right now it's 2:35 where I'm at. I can look and say, where is it 11:35 p.m.? I'm going to set it on September 18th to start at midnight in that time zone. And then here in 25 minutes, it'll be the start time of my event. It's not looking 24 hours out. It's looking for the calendar day to be different than the calendar day is where you are right now.
I think they patched it.
But did you get the difference between the calendar day where we are now and the calendar day that we're defining it for? Because you were working times and not the days. You kept the day to our date and just going back on the time. So you need to take the date back to the previous day and the time to just before midnight. And then we'll have to wait, whatever it is, a couple of minutes.
So I'm wondering why he chose just before midnight. Okay.
So as soon as it reaches midnight in that place, it will have changed days.
Oh, so you're saying is you can set it for 30 minutes in advance.
What I'm saying is that today is the 16th.
I get it.
Sorry, the 15th.
I got you.
You've got to change the dates to one date and then just before midnight.
That's the trick. Okay. Gotcha.
Sounds confusing, actually.
I was on a mobile phone doing another job when I heard that. I didn't say that originally. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to duplicate the event. Now.
And yeah, I mean, Robert, it's 11 past midnight tomorrow for you already, right? It's Saturday at 11 a.m.
Correct.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's.
So yeah, the reason you want to select, so you got to kind of know. Okay, where's that map at? All right, let's see.
So, Robert, what location are you in? I think we have it by location.
I'm in Poland, but if we listen to Sam again, I would have to set it up because it looks at my time zone, my clock, and then put the event back to the day before.
No, it doesn't.
No, I don't think so.
You can set the. Yeah,
you can tell it. You can tell it what time zone. Josh can tell it what time zone.
Okay,
see what I'm showing here. So you can not only select the day, but you can also select the time zone.
Okay, try it.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait 45 minutes for it to change, but no matter. Yeah, because it's the top of the hour, unless we're fortunate with another thing. But okay.
I gotta go take care of something. I'll be back.
So you're looking. You're if you had the ability to set it right now, you would set the start date to 10:16 to a time zone that is
12,
8,
like
9,
11.
10 hours ahead of you, right? Because you're only 3:15 right now.
Right now, it is.
So like in Poland, it's just right after midnight. That would be the time zone. Is your offset would be 10 hours
plus one. It would be +1.
What's
so
the
plus one right now is, or wait, no, not +1. Yeah, +1, right? Is that right? +1 is 11:14 p.m. and +1, which is like Africa, Europe, Central Europe, Oslo. No, Oslo's +2. +1 is Iceland. Yeah. So let's try that. It still does take, it's not instant, but it takes whatever the remainder of the hour is to spool up. So I could set that to +1. Dublin. London. We'll do London. Okay. So it seems just happy to do the event with the 16th at +1. So this would be really convenient if it was like, 10 till the hour, quarter till the hour, but let me. Is there anything else I need to change with this event? There's no panelists and alternatives hosts. I thought they would keep the same panelists. I'm probably gonna want to have some panelists in there, I would imagine. Whose did we use before? Did we use Guy's or yours, Jeff?
For panelists? Yeah, we used mine, but I could never. I could get to the lobby, but not with the chat piece of it attached to it. I'm not quite sure why.
I'm hearing music.
Yeah, I turned up some music. We need some entertainment. It's getting late.
Okay.
Is it too loud though? Tell me if it's too loud.
You can turn it down a little bit. Let's see. Who can I? Let's see if I can add. I've kind of used all of my email addresses.
But another thing Sam said, I was listening to this as well, is that when you define a panelist, you have to use the email address that he has his Zoom account on. Okay?
Correct. Yeah, that's the only way they're going to be able to get in.
Do you want me to give you mine too, so I can just post in the chat, please?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just wondering which one to put in, the one that I'm in at the Zoom test kitchen or the one that I'm in the lobby at the moment? The one that I'm in the lobby at the moment.
Yeah, let's have that one.
Yep.
You want to type it in the chat?
Yes, I will, because it's a complicated one.
Thank you. I'll fill in the Robert part. No worries.
You can stick an S in the end. Even though I need to check it.
I'll be back in about 5, guys.
Josh, you have it in the chat. Seems to remember the speakers.
Yeah, no double dipping. I guess it's well. So I mean that brings up an interesting question too, because if the panelists are already, if you want a panelist, that's what I was saying before. If you want a panelist to be, or a speaker to be a panelist in another meeting or another session, do you just promote them? Or, well, I guess you just, they would be, that's the only thing though, they're listed. So if you want them to be a speaker in a session, then you make them a speaker. But if you don't want them to be a speaker, you want them to be a panelist, but they've already been a speaker, so you don't want them to be just a speaker. What options do you have at that point?
To be very honest with you, I don't quite understand the difference between a speaker and a panelist.
Well, the speakers, from what I understand, are basically panelists that can be assigned to a session.
A session.
So sessions all have to have at least one speaker. So the people that will be speaking, you designated them as such, as speakers, and they can speak on multiple sessions. You can mix and match speakers. The thing is, the distinction is made of being a panelist and a speaker. And once you're a speaker, that's all you can be. But the thing is, if I add more than one speaker to an event, but I really just want them to be a panelist, they're going to be shown in the syndication.
Yeah.
Like, we're expecting to have Joe and Sarah in this, but meanwhile, Sarah is a panelist in this discussion, but she's going to be shown as a speaker if I add her to that event. So if I don't add her to an event, then Sarah's going to be an attendee. Now, do I just promote her to a panelist once she's, but that kind of, it seems like there was a conflict that they just avoided by just not allowing you to duplicate roles.
But the panelist, from what I can see, has one additional role. He can start the meeting or the webinar. Because when I go to the lobby, and it says, and I look at join, it tells me that only panelists can start the meeting.
I wonder if they mean panelists can start the practice session. Huh. Interesting. Only panelists.
Yep.
So in my German version, it says only speakers can start the sessions. I don't know if it's a translation error.
That's hilarious.
But meetings don't have panelists. Only webinars have panelists.
Correct.
Meetings have speakers. And we have two meetings in one webinar.
Right, but if your Zoom event has at least one webinar in it, then you can assign panelists. That's sort of the conundrum that Robert and I were speaking about. You can only be either a panelist or a speaker. The problem is, what happens if you want to be both or serve the function of both? That seems to be a sticking point.
Is anyone else hearing music?
Yeah,
Jeff.
that's Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Josh, did you kill that last meeting, the first one? The Zoom event?
I did not, no.
So I've lost the lobby.
Huh. You'd expect much more from a dumpster fire meeting.
I'm still in the lobby of the original event. And the chat is still working. Hi, Kirsten.
Yeah, but it says there above that your event has ended.
Huh.
Were you in the first event or some subsequent iteration?
In the first one.
I think this is the longest I've ever seen the test kitchen with no one speaking.
Ah, you had to break the record there, huh?
Already done with my event. I'm already back, and still nobody's talking. So Jeff is quite light on his fingers with all that little piano music.
Here to entertain.
But not be seen.
Yeah, I've been in and out of the office this afternoon.
So do we have anything on the agenda next time that you have planned?
That's like a long ways away.
Surely. All right, let me ask you a harder question then. Is there somewhere, perhaps on Facebook, that has tags of what was talked about in previous Zoom test kitchens? I have not made it to all of them, and I'm thinking maybe you did an on Zoom discussion on one of the places that I missed.
I'm trying to remember if I was an early beta user of on Zoom. I probably spoke about it. I'm not sure that we certainly didn't spend this much time like we've done today with like Zoom events, but there's some archives on YouTube that are, every week, and then depends on how far back you want to go. Facebook has a lot of videos, that were streamed as well. We didn't do it forever, but had done it for quite some time. They're probably, admittedly, not as well libraried as...
I guess the question is, when there's an archive, is there also perhaps an index or keywords or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of just alluding to, is they're not libraried as well as they could have been, as far as getting some searchable text and so forth. That was part of the reason I went to YouTube, was it does some natural things that make it a little easier to find and search, and I usually put a keyframe on the front that gives you an idea. Like today's keyframe on the YouTube channel will literally say Zoom events, and I try to make it a little easier.
So when did you start? I'm assuming the YouTube is in addition to the Facebook. When did that get started?
I don't know. Let me take a look at Facebook and see.
You probably announced it on the Facebook group, huh?
What's that? Announced?
When you announced it when the YouTube started coming on?
Oh, well, I can look at YouTube and see when the first video was posted as well. YouTube videos. That YouTube's first video was on July 8th of this year.
Okay.
I'll look at Facebook. Facebook group page, if you go to media and then videos. Let's see. And they show squares where they don't, of course, they don't include any description or dates or anything until you click on them, I guess. So, let's see. That says the content's not available. Interesting. There's several thumbnails that say they're not available. How's that? Oh, I'll have to go see what broke these. So, let's see. Is there a date? February 5th. So February 5th is it looks like the oldest one I can get to of this year.
Yeah, I know. I've been coming since November of last year, but I don't remember when you started doing the Facebook streaming.
Yeah, looks like early this year.
So is it tomorrow yet at your place, Josh?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
If my calculations are correct. Okay, I will print the new one. Oops, I sent it directly to you. Let me send it to everyone. There we go. And Robert, you should be getting a email notifying you that you are a panelist.
Going to go and check that email on a different machine.
Kristen's fast. She was already in the lobby when I got there.
Tired and fast.
What'd you say?
I said I'm tired and fast. Which is not logic.
So it says it's going to start at 4 p.m. today, which is in 17 minutes. Oh, 16 minutes. I'll be back soon.
That's a funny event name.
When prototyping, humor is helpful. We're expecting a lot of moths at this event.
Because they're so on the ball, eh?
Right.
Okay, I'm in.
So can you start the meeting? Or wait, you won't be able to start it until countdown.
It shows, hang on, host will admit you.
Oh, that's cool.
Would you like to share your screen?
Yes, but I can't.
It's on now.
Ah. Yeah.
Interesting. I've just got the same message, but it's come up on the lobby screen.
I'm in the lobby and see something similar.
Yeah. Just under the first session, dumpster cleaning. Hang on, host will admit you.
Yep. Exactly.
Sounds like the lobby's not open, maybe?
Oh, we're in the lobby. The lobby is definitely open.
It's just saying that the event will start in 13 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you chat in the lobby?
Oh, yes.
Yep.
We're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting thing about the chat in that lobby is that it kept dropping letters. I'd type hello and it would be only one L. I typed 2. It kept dropping letters.
And I thought it was my typing.
No, I thought that at first, but then I did another one. It may have just been the speed with which I was typing and the speed with which it was, the Zoom client was able to handle it. So what are we going to do when the thing opens and there's no speaker?
Well, I'm a speaker. I'm a panelist in there, aren't I?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that Robert, as a panelist, can try his hand at opening the meeting.
I'm not sure I can open the meeting before the event starts. That's the conundrum. That's the problem we're having, yeah?
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the countdown, but when the time comes, I wonder if you will get some type of refresh to your screen that gives you the option, since it said that panelists can start the meeting and you are the panelist.
Robert, are you in the lobby? I'm wondering if you're seeing something different than the rest of us.
No, I think I'm seeing the same thing as you are, because I can see the, I'm in the lobby. I can see the chat on the right-hand side. I can see you mistyping, trying again. And I can see Kirsten saying hello with 2 L's. And I can, on the left, there's this, I'm in the sessions. I can see the speakers and the sessions. And in the sessions, the first session is at 1 a.m. and it says dumpster cleaning, hang on, host will admit you.
Yeah.
So does the host need to do something then that the speaker can start with a session? It's a question, I don't know.
It's a really good question because
that little message, hang on, the host will admit you, started at 15 minutes before the time. Because it wasn't there when I first got in, and then it just popped right up at the 45.
Same here.
Okay.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
forgot to slide my thing.
So this is what I'm seeing on the back end. And you can add little hearts to the to the different events, but
what do the little hearts mean?
that they're your favorite.
I'm not seeing that in the lobby. Are you in someplace other than the lobby?
This is the back end. I'm not in the lobby. Yeah. Yeah. So here's all the events.
Are you in the right event? Because we are waiting for the dumpster cleaning to start in 9 minutes 43, and I don't see it here.
The dumpster fire event is the total name of the whole thing. And then there are 3 sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made the
you made,
session.
You made 2
I moved
events
up
with the same name.
times.
Right? Josh, do you just have different times on those 2 events?
Yeah, so I moved up the times of the events to 0000, starting the first event. So the first event should start immediately following the start of the meeting.
No, I don't mean the sessions. I mean, if you scroll down a little bit so we can see a little bit more, are those 2 events? Yes, they are different. They're the same names, but you've got 2 separate events at separate times.
Correct.
Have the names the same, so that's the confusion, I think.
Yeah. Well, what I did is I duplicated the event and just changed the start time.
I'm assuming you can't change the name of that second one to something else.
Let's see if I can or not.
Aha, he can. Diving 2.
There we go.
Is that only because no one's bought tickets?
I have a ticket.
That's pretty scary.
I think I have a ticket.
It's like Tim McGraw, Shania Twain. There you go.
Yeah.
Sunny. No
Did
share.
you put a link to this one in the chat at some point? Because I think I've done both of yours.
I did put a link to the initial one. Let's see.
So once the event begins, can a latecomer join?
You mean buy a ticket?
Buy a ticket, you mean?
I bought a ticket. I'm again at the situation where I am in the Zoom events. I'm in the lobby for this event, and I don't see any way to leave except for quitting Zoom. Well, I'll try that. I'll just try Xing the window and see what happens. Window's now gone. Now let's see if I can join the lobby again. Yes, I can. Okay, so I can leave and come back.
Josh, can we just go back on what you said a minute ago? You've got the starting time of the first session at the same time as the opening of the event, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Does that mean that the first session automatically starts as soon as the event commences?
Well, we'll find out in 5 minutes, huh?
We definitely will, but my hands are shaking when I think about that.
Yeah, being the panelist, I understand your concern.
What would
So
there
I
be
said it.
before the first session, though? There's no green room listed. There's nothing that happens.
You know, that was one thing that I was looking for that I didn't see. In previous times, looking at the webinar sessions, I remember seeing an option to have the practice room option on. Didn't see that this time around when creating these sessions.
But is the first session a webinar or a meeting?
A meeting, webinar meeting is the way you set up the original.
Correct. Yeah, I didn't change it.
You know, there's nothing in the lobby that tells you what's a meeting and what's a webinar.
Okay, that's good to know.
And there's no break between the two sessions. It goes, one ends and the next one starts. I wonder what would happen if you had a break, 10 or 15 minutes between them. I assume the lobby would stay open.
I think so.
Well, I could, let me see if I can jump in there.
You can't change the start of the second thing, can you?
Let's find out.
Since we've sold tickets, I thought you couldn't change things, but I guess you can.
Let's try. Let's find out. Okay. Edit event. Let's go to the agenda, and I'm going to change 12 a.m. to 12:30. Let's make it a 15-minute session. Save that. I'm going to make the next session. I'll leave
Let's
it
just
be.
save it and see what happens.
I'm going to make that at 45.
I think you'll need to continue because it hasn't updated on the lobby yet.
Okay.
And there's an update. Save. All right.
All right. See
Still
if
the
that
same as it was. I'm going to leave the lobby and come back and see if it changes.
Okay.
And I will join the lobby. It's now changed. If I left the lobby and came back, I now see the new thing. Did the people who stayed in the lobby ever see a change? Anyone?
Nope.
Okay,
Right.
so refresh is required.
Well, they don't have a refresh. You'd have to quit this. I have a red X on mine.
Right, I meant reload.
What was the change that you made, Josh?
Time.
So I added spacing in between the events as opposed to having them back to back to see what the lobby.
I did a Control R on my keyboard and it refreshed it.
Oh, okay.
I did the same here. I refreshed it and it changed the times.
Okay, great.
But this is a bit of a bummer. I thought Sam had said that you can't change the sessions once you've sold tickets. 'Cause, I mean, could you imagine having a superstar coming for 12 hours and then changing it to 2 minutes? And people have paid thousands of dollars.
Well, let's think of it this way though. What happens if the superstar is running late, and you want him to have like later session, or maybe you want to put his opener before him, and then move him back so that someone to stall.
And I think, well, the limitation, can you delete it? You probably wouldn't be able to delete the entire event, but you can edit it.
Reducing it down to
30 seconds to go.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street instead of, the big name.
Right.
Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. What happens?
Happy New Year.
So now I have a join session, and it says you'll be able to join once it's started by the speaker. So who's the speaker?
The speaker.
I'm not the speaker, I'm the panelist.
But it's not a webinar. There are no panelists.
Speaker is dumpster cleaning.
Speaker is not present. And it doesn't tell me his email. I hope that was an email that you used that you have access to.
I'm logged in with, I've got a ticket for that panelist or the speaker.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. It would have been one of my accounts. Let me see which one it is.
In your back end, you should have the speakers list available with the names and emails.
The problem is me getting into the event with that account.
Well, it's invited. All you have to do is register.
Yeah, now how would I find out which account that was?
I think you have to edit your event, and then you can see or manage your event. That would do it. Speakers, number 3. Number 3, not 4. At the top. You can go back out. Gosh, you had it.
Sorry?
It's number 3.
Speakers. Yeah, this one here. Oh, okay. It's virtual velocity. Okay. All right, let me see if I can log into that account on another computer.
All these people have all these computers. Oh my.
So the first sort of conclusion is that even though the event has commenced, the first session hasn't started automatically because we don't have the speaker.
Yeah, and if you wanted to switch things around, I'm not sure if that could be a thing.
Jeff is getting anxious.
Yeah, isn't that real world? Everybody's yelling at you. When's
Right.
it gonna start?
Right?
Justin, you were right. When I hover over join the session, it needs to be started by the speaker, not the panelist. I said panelist earlier on, but it's speaker.
Yeah, and it was not my German version because I'm on the English one as well. Yeah.
The
So
second
Josh,
one.
on the 3 buttons, either next to the speaker or the session from your side of things, like under the agenda maybe? Does it give you the overriding power to launch the session?
He's logging into that speaker right now, aren't you, Josh?
That's the speaker. How about the session, the first session itself? Yeah.
What about if you move to manage instead of create on the right top?
I can edit it, but I can't start it.
Yeah. Oh.
Can you change the speaker to be, for example, me, who's already in?
I'm a speaker.
You're a panelist, but not for this meeting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. You're not
Is
a speaker.
Is Guy the fourth really Guy?
Can I add a speaker?
Or change the speaker's information?
I could add a speaker if someone has another Zoom account.
Well, you can use my Zoom account. I'd be happy to be a speaker. I'm Lois.
Are you already? Oh, you're in as
in
a
the
ticket.
lobby.
We can try it. We'll see if it works.
LOIS. And the email is LOIS 95618 @gmail.com. And there's something that
I need a picture for Lois. There you are, Lois. Wait, did I just pick a video? Yeah, I think I did. There, you're a swing, Lois.
I'm swinging, huh?
There you go.
All right.
Save. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, you're already registered for, yeah. So.
Okay. So I'll give you a different one. Try the beginning part instead of that, say photos, PHOTOS .IDED.
At
Photos
Gmail?
ID'd. Wait a minute, will that work? Or then I'll have to go pick up that mail.
And you need to have a Zoom account for that.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I don't have a Zoom account.
Another Zoom account.
Are you already in? Oh. You're already registered. That's the problem. It doesn't like that I'm registered.
That worked.
And
Lois
Josh,
R, is it?
if you now move from create to manage, can you then open these on the top right?
I think you have to do continue and save first.
Yeah, sorry.
Continue, save.
There we go. Manage. And what was your idea,
button
Krista?
to start something.
So you would need to make me the speaker for the first thing, and I'm not sure you got that far. You add me as speaker. Did you make me a speaker of the agenda?
Sure, I can do that. And you do a Zoom account for that one?
On the agenda.
So let's edit this guy. Let's add you in. There you go.
Okay.
Save.
Now let's see what happens.
There you are.
I'm not seeing anything where it's giving me the chance to. Let's try that again. It says I'm there, but okay.
To me, it's strange that from the back end, you don't see if there are sessions running or how many people are in there, or you can't start, stop, record, whatever. I don't know. I haven't digged into it yet, but
I agree with you, Kirsten. It sounds like you've got no control.
To me, yeah. I feel I have less control than as a usual Zoom host with a pro account at the moment. So not sure.
Okay, so I have gotten an email on that last account that you put in, and I'm going to have to create a Zoom account from that email in order to do this. So do you want me to take the time, it would probably be over by the time I got this all done. It's going to take a few minutes for it to populate.
Let me see. I'm trying to get in.
All right.
Okay, and I had to update to use the feature. So apparently, I don't know if it's my Zoom client, but it's updating now. I'm thinking that the speaker might be in possibly to salvage the last half of the speech. There we go.
What can you see that we can't see, Josh?
I can now see Lois R is in that dumpster cleaning. I can't get into the session, but I can see her in there. Don't know how this happened.
Where can you
Start
see that?
session. Start session. So I have a start session button. How do you screenshot?
Oh, that's only why, because you edit her as a speaker. That's the only thing. Yeah.
I'm still trying to activate that account so I can go in there.
Josh, did you say you have a start session button?
All right, I started the session.
And I'm going to join the session. Well done. Now's when we're going to get hit on the head because we have to leave the Zoom test meeting to join a new meeting.
Yeah, I will try that.
Bye, Kirsten. She's gone. I will leave and join and see what happens.
Trust me, it's worth it. When you get there, you're gonna really like what you see in here.
Okay. I'm going to leave from here, but I'll keep the other machine on.
I'm gonna mute myself here.
So it was just a meeting. Okay, Josh, I just went from my other computer. I had gotten on to that meeting, and I'm now different computer and going to that dumpster fire event. It says in progress. It doesn't allow me to join.
I was wondering about that. I'm glad you tested that, Lois. Now, are you still in the same account and you're not able to rejoin? So
No, I'm in a different account.
Lois, and she can't. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Once in progress, or is the fact that it's past the.
That was what I was
7:15
testing, is to
ending.
see if I could join something in progress, and it's not letting me.
Good. I'm glad that you got to test that. So the message you get is in progress.
Well, no, it just doesn't have a place to click on join.
Oh, okay. Got you. So the join button goes away.
Okay, hold on. Oh, that's weird. I now have a register button again. All right. Well, forget this. I'm just going to close this one down. I'll be back in the other screen.
Okay.
Josh is muted for some reason.
I can hear you, Lois.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I was talking to. I'm speaking. I'm giving my speech.
In the other room. Okay.
Yeah, Lois. I'm wondering if it didn't allow you to rejoin simply because you left and came back, or is it because
I was a different person. I was a different person.
Oh, you weren't. Okay, got you. So you weren't privy.
I had registered with both different accounts.
Can you get back in to the meeting with your original account?
My original. Let me check it.
Okay, that'd be interesting. She's gonna try getting back in now, and I am interested in the inter-meeting space. We
can you post that link again? I lost my chat when I left.
Okay. Let's see, which one would it be? Would it be this one here?
You just post both and I'll try one. If it doesn't work, we'll try the other.
Is it that one there?
That was it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, I clicked that. I said join lobby. Unable to join the lobby. This Zoom event ticket is associated with a different Zoom account than the one you are logged into. To join the lobby, please switch to the Zoom account used to get the ticket.
Now, is it the wrong Zoom account for you, or is it the wrong link that you got from me?
You
want me to try the? You want me to give you the other link?
Since Okay, try the other link, but that was for the later one.
Okay, try. I think that one's different.
Yeah, that takes it. That's one is to the Help Center, the Zoom Community Help Center.
Oh, whoops.
Zoom room.
Yeah, no, that's not the correct one.
Okay, I'm going to try. There's a button next to join lobby says skip and join in progress session. So I'm going to try that.
This is the late. Oh, you know, here we go, Lois. Here.
And I'm going to have to leave this meeting to join that meeting.
Can you? Are you able to join that meeting that I left in?
I'm trying on the first one.
The last one that I just sent.
The last one. Okay, let's try that one.
Yeah, see if the account you're on now will work for that one.
This gives me an availability to register.
Okay, so possibly
I'm
you're
going to
not
go back
registered.
to the first one you posted. I can get in here, join the lobby. It says I can't join the lobby, but I can skip the lobby and join the in progress session. I can do that. It's gonna kick me out of the Zoom test kitchen now. So I'll say goodbye and I'll come back.
Okay, Lois has, I think the account she has there, she's trying to see. I think she had to switch, I think she switched accounts, so she was going to retest the original one, see if she can pop into that one, which she is. Then she'll figure out that it's not there. Here she comes back. So maybe after she gets back into the meeting, if she can get in the meeting, maybe we'll all close this meeting down and see what it looks like leading up to the next, because there's some empty space here. We got 9 minutes before the next session. Lois, can you try your other account to join? And then
what happened there is on this computer, I have only used my Lois 95618 account. On the other computer, I use the other account. But when I tried to go in from here, even though I registered here with this account and with me, it said, oh, you're registered using this other account. So you have to switch accounts in order to get in.
Correct.
But that doesn't make any sense because I'm registered with this account for this meeting with this computer.
Can you try the other account to get back in with
I could
my
switch this. Yeah. Now it's after 4:15. Has it cut you off yet?
No, it hasn't. We're still going on. I was hoping if you could try that, I'd be really interested to see you get back in. If you can do it, if you can, then we're going to leave the meeting and then see what it looks like while waiting for the next session to start.
Be in the lobby, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to try that, switch over to your other account, and then you'll have to switch. You have to remember, not just click the link. If you want, I can provide the link again, but you'll have to switch your client to the one that you registered to it. Wow, that was quick. There you go. So you had no impediment to getting back in? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, why don't you stay put and I'll end the meeting and then you can tell me how it looks on your end. Welcome back, Lois. I missed the cue on where the others went. So I guess we'll see if they're going to join us. But right now, if you log into that... Well, after I ended the meeting, did it just close down your browser or did it send you to the lobby?
It shut my meeting. I wasn't in a browser. None of this is in the browser. All of it is in Zoom. So I was still, the Zoom app was still functional, but I was not in any meeting. When I went to the window, it did have the Zoom events window showing. When I go to that, it is the lobby. I'm looking at the lobby and it says session 2 starts at 4:30. Hang on, the host will admit you.
Yeah. So,
and that's because it's not time for it.
Robert is the speaker for the next session, so he will get the opportunity to do that.
Well,
we were just
anyone is there. I
cut off in the other breakout room, so we're trying to get back in here. Can you please share the link again because my chat is gone now?
Sure.
Check on your app under the window and see if you don't have the Zoom events as another window. That's where I found it. I didn't have to go through the link again.
Yes, but I had
to closed the meeting.
Switch accounts again.
I'm sorry, what?
So I closed the meeting, so you probably shouldn't be able to go back, but I'm interested to see if you can.
Problem, yeah.
The link doesn't take you to the meeting. The link takes you to the page where you sign in to get to the lobby.
I gotcha. Right, it's the registration.
Well,
right.
But you
so you should have. So the link you should already have in your email then to join, or the join page should be in your email, correct?
Even without an email, if you're in this meeting and you can go to your Zoom app and look under window, see if there isn't something that says Zoom events, because that's where I'm finding the lobby, and it didn't go away. It's still there. Is anybody else able to see that?
Yeah. I'm signing back into dumpster cleaning.
Why do you have to sign back in? Isn't Zoom events just
I'm
take you right
logging
to
in.
the lobby? I never know if different people's different computers have different things happening. Oh my goodness.
Huh.
Dinner is smelling really good. I'm gonna leave pretty soon, guys. In 4.5 hours, that's time.
Yeah, this dumpster's definitely getting cleaned. That's for sure. So Robert, you should be able to start the next session in another few minutes.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for, but
I don't think we hear you, Robert.
Is Robert Narwhale?
Let's see.
I have 2 speakers, 1 added speaker and Narwhale. He's not a speaker, he's a panelist on a webinar, right?
Right. Narwhal and first added speaker. First added speaker is me. Okay.
I thought you couldn't get it started. Were you able to get it started after all?
Narwhal is my other account. Okay. So it looks like both of the next speakers. Robert, what did we add you to? Title number 1?
Panelist.
No.
You know, this has been fascinating, but I think I'm getting hungry enough that I'm gonna bail on you guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, Lois. Thanks for stopping by.
See you next week, maybe. Good luck.
Thanks. So, Robert, I'm looking for your speaker that we added. I thought I called you Robert in here. Maybe I'm. You know what? Maybe let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. Maybe I'm in the wrong event.
I don't know what you called me, but I can look at the email invitation that I got.
Huh. Well, it looks like it's just me that's the speaker for the 12:30 session.
I've got an invitation as a panelist for the 4 p.m. PDT time.
Oh, right, you're a panelist. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, see if you can. That's right. But it said that the panelist can start the meeting. Now, I'm the speaker, but I'm not going to start the meeting. Let's see if you can start the meeting as the panelist.
Not yet.
No hands. I've got no hands. I'm not doing anything. There's nothing hidden up my sleeves.
No, I can't start it.
You can't start it. So they lied to us, is what happened. They said, wait for a pen. Or no, they didn't lie to the German account. They only lied to the English account.
No, I corrected that. I was wrong, Josh. Because
Yeah,
now...
and mine is English. It's even not it's not in German.
Oh, it's in English. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
So what does yours say, Kristen? Does it say panelist or speaker?
Speaker. It says speaker.
Speaker.
Yeah. Mine says speaker as well. I misled you.
Oh, okay. Oh, no worries. Okay, so I will. Now, if I join the same meeting, unable to join Zoom event. To join this Zoom event, please register from the event page to join from your unique join link found in your Zoom events ticket page. Error code 1132. Okay. So let me
you
try
were the
something.
host and logging in through the host account.
Well, let me try. There's another speaker. Let me try switching my account. Seeing if I can get in there. Switch accounts. Because there's two speakers. Let me try the other speaker. Okay. Yeah, it's saying that it's a different speaker. There's definitely some okay. Okay. So let's see. It's the first speaker and Narwhal are the two speakers.
Yep.
And if I look under the speakers, that I have that account. But it's not letting me join. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong. I can view the ticket.
Josh, do you have the right email address for that speaker?
So I am looking at the ticket in the right email address, and then I have the thing to join the lobby. So I'm unable to join the lobby. It says because I was registered for a different account. I'm not sure why, because I clearly see the correct email address as a speaker.
Did you get
So
a
even if I
speaker
was
ticket with your address? Did you get a ticket as a speaker with this speaker email address?
So
And you
you're
have to
saying just
go through
avoid the
this
lobby and
ticket
go.
into the lobby?
Well, let me see. You'd think you'd be able to hang out in the lobby at least, you know. But let
Because
me
it
see.
depends on which role you are when you are in the lobby, probably.
Okay, so event service has invited you to be a speaker for dumpster fire event. It was created 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Maybe it's the wrong event. Okay. Maybe that's the that's the one that we created before. Okay, maybe that's why. But why?
No, I don't think so. I think it's right because it's 1:37 here, so it's around just we waited for about 20 minutes, so that feels right.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. That's when I got the email. So I got the email 6:41 and now it's about an hour ago. Yeah, that's the email I'm looking at. On the correct account, and I have the Zoom client logged into the same email address, right? So I'm getting view the ticket, because the option to start the meeting, I think you've got to view your ticket first. So view the ticket, and it's showing me I have the option. It would show in both meetings I'm a speaker. Today, in the past, orders, favorites. Okay. Upcoming, join lobby. Let me make sure. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. That's okay. So the Zoom link is a different login. Let me log out of that. No, still having the same issue.
I find this very confusing because I can't figure out which account I should be logged into the portal, to the app, and to Zoom events. One would think that they should all be consistent, but I'm in a session now where I have a different login on the portal, a different login on the event, And let me just look at what I have on the app. I can't figure it out. It just doesn't seem logical to me.
Yeah, I have no doubt that our attendees and panelists will have a harder time than we will. For sure. I mean,
this is scary.
Well, it may not be as scary in the sense that they should probably only use one account for everything. So hopefully, if they register for the correct, well, the problem is they'll register for the wrong one, and then we'll have to try and figure out that we'll probably have to sign them up for Zoom if they use some other email address that they don't have an account for.
Denise, when I attended the open office with Denise, what's her name? Denise. She's really good with Zoom events. I forget her name. From Israel. We actually made the recommendation that if instead of giving the message you've used the wrong account, it should give a list of the Zoom accounts that you have, so that you can figure out which one is the correct one. Yeah, but I'm not sure they'll go down that route for security reasons.
Yeah, anything that's super convenient tends to be insecure. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I try to understand the logic behind, which I don't really get at the moment, of this system that only the speaker seems to be able to start a session. So if I'm in your position, Josh, now that I want to have this event with, I don't know, a number of things, at the back end, I would like to know if the session is running, if the speaker is in there.
You're right. And the
at
conversation
the moment,
that,
what I can see from your screen share, I don't see any possibility to see any of this. Also,
No.
when the join button appeared, you didn't see anything in the back end. So
yeah, so the problem is that Zoom wants this to be seamless on the user's side of things.
Yeah.
So they aren't necessarily thinking, at least at this point, at launch, they're not really thinking about supporting producers that are facilitating the meeting. They're thinking about, okay, here's how we're going to do this. We'll have this front end, and then we'll just send out the tickets. And then if you're the speaker, you start the session when you are ready. Like that doesn't, now you don't need anybody to oversee things because they're giving all of the ability to do everything. They're putting it in the hands of the speaker. They're like, you. That's a strong fly. So, like I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, no, they're basically giving all of the power to the speaker. You start the meeting, right? You sign in under your correct account. They're not really thinking we want an enterprise level event, and then I can administer access and I can grant things and I can break the rules and I can give you permissions. They're thinking of it as like, here, just use our platform and everything will be fine. You know, it'll be simple because they're showing you, you know, everything up front. There's no top end, there's no back end really. I mean, someone's going to have access to the back end. And I hope that person doesn't need to come in as a speaker. Well, I guess if we weren't in Zoom Test Kitchen, it probably wouldn't be as difficult. But
yes,
I think
I get the idea.
To understand sort of why, I think that's why. Now, I'm sure that it'll improve.
Yeah.
It should improve. Let me put it this way: if they want this to work well, it should improve to the fact that they give some type of ability for people to oversee it. But currently, they're allowing the speaker to do everything. You just schedule them. Someone schedules them, and then once you've scheduled it, you're like, "Does this look right? Like, good? You can speak at 10:30. Okay, off you pop. Hopefully, you show up."
Yeah, probably. I have different types of meetings in my head, what I'm usually facilitating, which is less, I have a speaker, he's talking or she's talking, and then they go away. So I usually do more interactive things and work with breakouts and bring people together and all this stuff. So and the second point is that I try to look from the technical side. I'm not as far technically as you from office hours, but I listen to you already since some time. So, and on the other hand, if I think about, okay, if this is just for, I say, a non-technical user group, for example, people, it's, yeah, if everything works, what you have pre-assigned, that's fine. But things change, like you said earlier, a speaker comes later or whatever, you know, or the internet connection breaks down and the speaker has to get back in. Does the meeting get closed, or are the participants still there? So all these things can happen. So
right, there's no fault tolerance.
But I think, Josh, you're absolutely right in your thinking in that this hasn't been designed for producers. This has been designed, and I've seen this set up in big organizations, multinational organizations that use Teams, where the speakers just have an event defined in their calendar. They know when to go in, and when they go in, they open the meeting, and all the people who've been waiting suddenly join. And they give their talk, and they leave, and they end the meeting. And then there's a break, and then there's a next calendar slot for the attendees, and they join, and the speaker comes in. And this seems to be the philosophy that they're following over here at the moment.
Have you ever used Hopin?
Yes, I have.
Yes, I just thought about Hopin as well.
How would you compare this to Hopin?
Oh my God. So the only time when Hopin worked for me as a participant was when they used Zoom for the video sessions, when they used the built-in things. It was terrible. I've attended different communities and because I wanted to find out if we can use this. So don't know if it has been improved now. And this is also more for speakers, not for then bigger group discussions, even not for a panel of 20 people, because with 5-6 people, it started to become mainly audio problems. That's what I've experienced.
Because it's all running in the web. It's not an app yet. But Josh, I think I've analyzed the issues that we've been having here and pinpointed what the problem is. And if you look at the picture that you chose for the dumpster fire event, you've chosen 2 speakers. And so as a result, we've got even more confusion between the speakers for the event, the speakers that are defined for the event, and the panelists. So we are totally in a mess because of the speakers.
So let's pretend like the speaker didn't show up because he kind of didn't. Now, while the event's in session, can I go in and change anything? Can I change the speaker?
Josh, just 1 second. Do you know the second session has timed out, so it's over and we can't join, we can't do anything, even though it wasn't opened?
That sounds about right. So if you don't join by the completion time, or if the speaker doesn't join by the No one
Then
can
it's
join.
gone.
Gone. It's gone.
The plane has taken off.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess me changing the speakers was kind of null as a moot point at this point. So thanks for that update, Robert. That's
Am I a panelist in the third session? Or was I a panelist in the second session? I think it was the second. I still don't get the difference between a speaker and a
well, here's the
panelist.
thing. I don't know if panelists are assigned to a session. I think the panelists are assigned to the meeting. Am I correct? I mean, there's only one webinar in this particular meeting, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong because I don't remember the process that I used to. I don't remember if I went into the meeting to add you as a. I don't think did I, as a speaker? Because yeah. Well, let me go into speakers.
You
I don't see-
defined me as a speaker.
I defined you as a panelist, right? I don't see any of the panelists. Maybe that's because our only webinar is done.
No, in the agenda, it was the second session. To the left, number 4. It was the second session.
Well,
and you're in create and not manage. Maybe that's why.
Hey guys, I'm gonna you're absolutely welcome to stay. I'm not kicking you out. I just want to run the closing loop of slides and music for the stream, and then I'll kill the stream, and then we can keep going on Zoom only. So I'll be right back.
Thank you. Maybe we do another session with this because it's quite late over here.
Yeah.
I'm about to leave as well.
Yeah. I'm at 2 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm off to sleep.
Yeah, same here.
I think we made a lot of headway. This is good get to sleep music.